Hello everyone, welcome back to another new tutorial. So we are embarking on a journey into the world of MySQL database. Okay, so follow along as we take you through a step-by-step guide on how to introduce and set up your MySQL database. Okay, so let's get started. So first of all, I am introduction to MySQL. Okay, so let's understand is what is MySQL. So MySQL is an open source relational database management system that powers many applications worldwide. It's known for its speed, readability and easy and of use. Okay. So the most important part is the MySQL database is the RDBMS. Okay. So RDBMS stands for the Relational Database Management System. Okay. So it's a program used to maintain a relational database, and RDBMS is the basic for all modern database systems such as MySQL, Microsoft SQL Server, Oracle, and Microsoft Access. Okay. So the RDBMS used for SQL queries to access the data in the database. Okay. So the RDMS is used for the two table. It's a relation for the columns and rows. Okay. So first of all, I am introduced for the MySQL database. Okay. So in this journey, first is the downloading for the MySQL database engine. Okay. So head over of the, so now I am search for the Google Chrome. Okay. So then search for is the MySQL. Okay. It's MySQL. It's not. It's MySQL. Then this is the official website. Okay. So now I am select for MySQL and then click for the download option. Okay. So then it scrolls for in this MySQL community downloads. Okay. So next create for is the MySQL installer for Windows. Okay. So then you choose for this one. Okay. So I am choose for in this MySI installer is the update version is the 288.6M. Okay. So it's for download it and then it's great for the no thanks and just start my download. Okay. So it's the MySQL Workbench download, but it's almost download in this MySQL, and please check the previous tutorial for is the MySQL installation process. Okay. So in this tutorial, I am used for the SQL management server. Okay. So this server is the most beautiful and easy working. So just search for the SQL. Okay. Is the SQL management studio and then download for in this SQL server. Okay. So I am already in this download and in this for click for download SQL server. It's a downloading started. Okay. So in this download process is completed and it's for the configuration for the MySQL. It's before the install and then it's let's config, it's to suit your needs, it's cover, it's will the basic configuration. Okay. And then including for setting up a root password and other essential setting. It's the very easy process. Okay. So and its installation and download process completed and I am go step for the next step. Okay. So the next step I am create for your first database. Okay. So creating your first database, So now comes the exciting part for creating your first SQL database. Okay. You will guide you through the process of creating a database and defining table and understanding the basic structure of a MySQL database. Okay. So you are already download and install for the MySQL or SQL management server. Okay. And now start for your first database. So the first database is creating for the MySQL database. Okay. So let's create it. So first of all, I am is short discuss for the MySQL is a popular for open source relational database management system. Okay. So it's known for its the readability, easy of use and strong community support. Okay. So let's create it. So first of all, I am create the database. Okay. So name is the my database. Okay. So it's are completed. Okay. And now select and then execute. So it's for the already. Okay. I'm just change it for this is delete for my data. Okay. So in this data, okay, in this database, I'm just select and then click for the execute. So its command are completely successfully. Okay. So this example, we're creating a new database. The name is the my database. Okay. So it's your introduction part I am create for is your database. Okay. So the database are set up its execute for some basic SQL queries. We'll cover the fundamental operation like select, insert, update and delete is giving you the tools to start interacting with your my database. Okay. So next tutorial I am is starting create for the select, insert, update and delete statement for helping is the SQL management server tools created. Okay. So as we conclude our step by step to MySQL, remember this is just the beginning of your MySQL adventure. And if you find helpful in this video, okay? So the MySQL is master awards you in the vast world of database, okay? So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode, the tutorials of the Mastering SQL. So we are going to explore the essential SQL commands with real world example. Okay, so buckle up for a SQL adventure. Okay, so first of all, I am discuss the importance in this for SQL command. So the SQL command are the backbone of database management and SQL commands are the tools that allow us to interact with our database, shaping and reshaping data to suit our needs. Okay. So now first of all I am introduction the SQL command. So it's first the select. Okay, so select is the from the customers is deeper is the select method to learn for the specify is column and filter result with the where is from and cause and craft queries that match your data needs. Okay, so this is the first introduction for is the in SQL commands. Okay, so next I am discuss for the select statement in depth. Okay, so in this select and statement learn to apply column the filter result that the where cause and the craft queries. So it select for the first name, last name, from is the employee table and where is department IT. Okay, so third I am create for in this data in this the insert data. Okay, So insert I am create for is the insert into, then use for the product tables for the product name, price, and then values for is the laptop, and its the price is 12, it's 120. Okay, so it's for adding new data to your tables is a crucial skill. Is discover the insert statement allowing you to insert row into your tables and precision. Okay, so next time create for is the update method. Okay, so it's create for the update, and orders for set status is shift is where the table is order id for is the 1001. Okay, so it's data for keep your data up to the data with the update statement. Learn how to modify for existing records and breathe new life into your database. Okay, so next line I am create for is the delete statement. Okay, so in this delete statement I am used for the delete from the customer tables, and where the last purchase date in this date I am delete now. So in this delete data for use for the delete statement, and sometimes it's necessary to beat the farewell of data and enter the delete statement, your tool for removing unwanted records from your data. Okay, so next step I am create for the aggregate function. This is the aggregate functions data, and in this select for the AVG and price and average price from the product table. Okay, so the aggregate function are your allies when it comes to the summarizing and analyzing data, and uncover the power of functions like the AVG method for calculating the average. Okay, so next I am create for is the join statement. Okay, so the join statement is the most powerful. Okay, so first of all I am create for is the select for the customers table is the first name, and customer table last name, and then order for is the order date from is the customer table. Okay, and join for is the another tables for the customers and orders, for on customer for the customer id, for new join id and order customer id, for in this customer table for join in this customer id and or order customer id. So it's explore the relation magic of state. The join method and statement is connectable and extract for meaningful information by combining its related data. Okay, it's created. So as there in this command is for the most important for the SQL. So now in this tutorial I am almost discussed for this important for SQL commands for the MySQL workbench. Okay, in this tutorial, as we warp our SQL journey, so remember the importance of indexing for the performance, and properly indexing your tables can significantly enhance query speed and overall database efficiently. Okay, so you are navigated through the essential SQL commands and example, and armed with the knowledge you are better equipped to harness the full potential of MySQL. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. For the tutorial is the MySQL. Okay, so welcome to another episode of demystifying MySQL. So today we will unravel the secrets of the select statement, the cornerstones of querying database. Okay, so let's create it. So first of all, I am in this tutorial create for the select statement. Okay, so first is the select statement is the gateway to your data, and in its simplest form it retrieves all columns from a specified table. Okay, so let's dive into the basic. So first I am type for the select for create is star, and then create for is the from, the table name is for employee. Okay, it's for okay. So now select this data and just click for execute. Okay, so this is the employee table. Our is this is the output for in this employee table. Okay. So next I am create for is the in retrieving for is the specific column. Okay, so its precision is key and learn to cherry pick only the columns you need to the select. It helps the minimize data transform and boost query performance. Okay, so now first I am create for is the it's again create for the select. Okay, and then create for is employee ID. Okay, it's EMP and create for is ID. Then create is from is employee. Okay, so now select this code and just print for is the employee ID. Okay, so just click for the execute. So this is the result for is the employee ID y is 1 2 3 4 and 5. Okay, so it's printed. And next step I am print for is the in employee name. Okay, so in this just change it for the employee name. Okay, so now again select this code and just click for the execute. So this is the name for is the employee name is Tom, Emma, Brad and Jenny. Okay, so it's are completely printed. And next step I am print for is the is two data for is the retrieve. Okay, so let's create it. So first I am create for is the select and then choose for the employee. First I am create is the employee age. Okay, and next create for is the employee age. Then it's create for the first employee ID and create for is the employee date. Okay, so now now select this code. Okay, and just execute button click. Okay, so just the result is printed for the employee age for 25 and the employee depth is operations, 23 is finance and 27 is marketing and 26 is the IT department. Okay, so now I am check for is the all columns for in this table. Okay, so let's create it. So in this for select employee is and then first I am create for is the employee is ID. Okay, then comma and employee is employee depth. Okay, so in this employee is depth and select this code and let me click for in this execute. Okay, so now this is the result for us printed for is the employee ID 1 2 3 and 4 5. Okay, so it's are completely it show the output. Okay, so here in this example I am just is create for the simple select statement and create for the one table for show the total column and row. Okay, so and there you have it. The select statement is the demystified. Armed with these skills you are ready to craft the powerful queries and explore the depth of your MySQL database. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. Today we are diving deep into the power of the where clause in the MySQL. So this humble clause transforms our queries, allows us to retrieve precisely the data we need. So join me as we explore the where clause with the example. So let's get started. So first of all, I am discuss is the introduction for higher cost. Before we jump into the example, so let's understand why the higher cost in a game changer in SQL. So the higher cause is brings the precision to our queries, enabling to our filter data based or specific condition. Okay. So now first time create is the Harka's example is SQL statement selects all the customer from. Okay. So first of all, I'm create is the select and show for the total table and column. It's select, then star, it's create the from, it's employees table. Okay. So now I am select this data and just click for the execute. Okay. So show for is the total table. It's the table for total column and row. Okay. So it's for the is in this first print for that employee ID, first name, last name, employee age and employee zone. Okay. So this is the output. Next I am create for is the use for the numeric field. Okay. So SQL records for the single quotes around text is values. Okay. So however numeric field sound not be enclosed in quotes. Okay. So now I am create is first create the select. Okay. So let's create is select and then create for star, and now I'm create for is the from and the name of table. Okay. So create is the employees, and next line I am create for is the hire. Okay. Is hire, and click for is the in the column name for is first of all I am name is the employee age. Okay. Its employee is for use equal the age is 25. Okay. So now select this code. Okay. It selects this data and just press for the execute button. Okay. So this is the result for in this output. So is for the first name Jack, Hanks is the age is the 25. Okay. Is the zone for north and second for is the Tom, and his age is 25 and the zone is south. Okay. So it's a printed. Okay. So next step I am use for the conditional operator. Okay. So just click for in the same as code, just change for the is used for the employee is for greater than for is the change for the 27. Okay. So now select this code and just for execute. Okay. So this is the result are printed. So is for the less than is for the Jack, Tom and Jerry is 25, 25 and 26. Okay. So it's a printed. Next step I am create for is the just print for is first name. Okay. So it's same as employee and click for is the first name. Okay. So first name is equal then the name is Tom. Okay. So now select this code and just execute. Okay. So it's for the I'm use for then create for is suppose use for is employee. Its employee is the 30. Okay. So now select this code and just execute. So the result is null, but I'm not declare for the age is 30. Okay. So I'm again show for the table. Okay. So just select and just click for the execute. Okay. So this is the table, and in this table I am not declare for the age is 30. Okay. So your concept is clear for the select state. It's the select for the hierarchy statement. Okay. So in this tutorial, I am shortly and fully introduce the the higher cause in this tutorial. And there you have it for in this tutorial. So next create is for the higher cause statement. Higher. Then create for is the suppose use for the employee. Its employee is for is greater than, use for the age is 27. Okay. Then semicolon and select this code and just execute. Okay. So just is not for in this for on row for is greater than 27. Okay. So this is the age is the 28. Okay. So in this tutorial I am completely create for table and create for is a single column. Okay. So and there you have it, the where clause in MySQL unlocking the precision in data retrieve and modification. If you found this helpful video helpful. Okay. So so thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are delving into the world of MySQL operators for specifically the AND, OR and NOT operators. Okay, so as we will explore how these operators can superchange your queries. Okay, so let's start it. So the MySQL for AND, OR and NOT operators, the where clause can be combined with AND, OR and NOT operators. The or operators are used to filter records based on more than on conditions. The AND operator display record if all the conditions separate by AND are true. The OR operator display a record if any of the conditions separated by OR is true. Okay. So the NOT operator display record if the condition is not for true. Okay. So let's start. So first of all, I am create for is the AND operators. Okay. So the AND operators is create. Okay. So first of all, I am sure is the is table used for the customer. Okay. So first of all, I am create is the select. Okay. And then create for is a star and create for the from the table name is the customer table. Okay. So now select this code and just click for the execute. Okay. So this is the my table in this use for in this tutorial. Okay. So in table use for the single column and the row and column are created. Okay. So first of all in this, okay. So now I am used for the AND example. So the following SQL statements select all fields from the customer where is the country and the city. Okay. So let's start it. So first of all, I am select for in this select star from customer and next line I am create for is the hire. Okay. And then create for the country. Okay. It's country and now I am used for the equal and then click for is the single quotation, then create for the city is the country name is UK. Okay, it's UK and operation use for is and then create for is city. Okay, is city, then is equal for the city name is the UK city is Louisville. Okay. Okay. So it's completed and just I am create for the semicolon. Okay. So now select this code and let me run and show this result. Okay. So this is the result for in this data. So I am create for is the country. So the country is UK, and then city for is the Louisville. Okay, so it's are completely printed. So next step I'm create for is the or operations. So the following SQL statements select all fields for customer table where city and or operator. Okay, so first of all I am create for in this for the customer table, and just change for the country name is the Canada. It's Canada. And now show in this column, so the city name is okay. So just change for in this or operation. So first of all I am select for is the country name for is it's Canada, and the city and for it's not and it's create for is the or. Okay, so the Canada is the city name is for the Berlin. Okay, so or operation and the city for the create is Berlin. It's Berlin. Cannot. It's okay. So complete this code, and just I am select this code and let me execute. Okay, so select and execute. So this is the result for in this customer for Adil, and this in the city is for the Berlin, and the country is the Canada. Okay, so it's are completely created, and now I am following in this customer table for the country is the created for our operation. Okay, so now I'm create for is the not operation. So the following SQL statement selects all field for the customer table, and where customer is not is Germany. Okay, so let's create it. So first of all I'm create is the customer table, and then create for in this code. So in this remove. Okay, so now I'm create for is the not operation. Create for is the country. Is the country. Then create for is equal, and single quotation create is the Germany. Okay, is Germany, and last one then semicolon. Okay, so now select this code and just click for the execute. Okay, so it's the result is total table are created. Okay, so show the total table, and but I am not declare in this the Germany table. Okay, it's a Germany country. Is this is the country name. Okay, so here now I am in this tutorial for creating is the combining for and or and not operators, and now I am following the SQL statement. Select all fields from the customer table where country is Germany, from and city must be is Berlin, or is the city is the Louisville, and the user parentheses to from the complex expression. Okay, so let's start it. So first of all I am create for is for the select the table name, and then create for is the where is country. It's not delete. It's the country name is Germany, and I'm used for and the and operator. Then click for is the is parenthesis. Then click is the city. Okay, and then is equal for the city name. Just I'm used for the it's create for the London. Okay, it's London, and it's single quotation. Okay, then I am used for the or operator. The or operator is the city, and is equal. Okay, and is equal for the single quotation create. The city name is for the first city is the Berlin, and then city, then okay, is the Morocco. Okay. So now select its create the data are completely, and now select this code and just click for the execute. Okay, so this is our not result for in the null. Okay, so I am just change it for the city is create for in this use for the Berlin. It's the is Berlin, and in the city for change. Okay, so just change it for in the city and just use for the Stuttgart. Okay, is the city is name is the Stuttgart. Okay, so now select this code. Okay, and just execute. Okay, so this is null, but I am not declared for in this city. Okay, so it's not created. And next step I am create for is for then use the not operators. Okay, first time use for the and or operators, and in this step I am create for the not operator and use for the following SQL statement. Select all fields from the is customer table and where the country is not. Okay, so let's create it. So first of all I am create for is the in this table and just click for in this not. Okay, it's not, and the country is Germany, and and next create for the not. Okay, so its create is not and the country. Okay, so in this for remove, so now I'm create for is the country, so its country for equal, then single quotation create for the USA. Okay, so in these braces for remove. Okay, so now complete this code and just select and just click for the execute and show the print is yes or not. Okay, so okay, it's finally printed. So this is the result for print for the country name is Germany and a and not for its country for USA. Okay, so it's created. So the combining for in this are and not operator is truly. Okay, so here in this tutorial and there you have it, the and or and not operators is the demystified armed with these tools, and you can craft the SQL queries that are not only powerful but also the tail to our specific needs. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. Today we are diving deep into the order by cause in MySQL. So let's unravel the power of sorting your query result to meet your needs. Okay, so this is the syntax for is the ordered by operation. Okay, so first select for is column 1, column 2, and then create for is the table name and ordered by is column 1 and column 2. Okay, so the MySQL order by keyword is used to sort the result set is ascending or descending order. Okay, so the order by keyword sort the result in ascending by default, and to sort the records to descending order use for DES keyword. Okay, so first I am create for is the table. Okay, so just click show the table. It's then click for the select is star from the table name is customer. Okay, so now select this code and just click for the execute. Okay, select and execute. So this is the table for in this tutorial, and now I am direct use for the order by descending order example. Okay, and now follow the SQL statement. Select for all customers from the table is the customer and sorted for the is descending order. Okay. So now I am used for in this customer, and next line I am create for is the order by. It's order by. The column name is country. Okay. So it's country. So last one semicolon. So but semicolon is before I am used for is the descending order. Okay. DESC. Okay. So now I am create for the semicolon and just select and then execute. Okay. So this is for the country is printed. Okay. So now I am create for is the several columns for the ordered by example. Okay. So the table is customer and sorted by his country and the customer name column. This means that it ordered by country, but if some rows have the same country, okay, so it orders them by customer name create. Okay. So first of all, I am also created for the select from customer and then order for is country. Okay. Then country is comma, then create for is the customer name. Okay. So in this descending order is removed. Okay. So now I am select this code and just click for is the execute. Okay. So the customer name is printed. Okay. So this is the customer name. Okay. So next example, I am create for following SQL statement. Select for all customer from the customer table is sorted ascending by the country and descending by the customer name. Okay. So now let's create it. So first of all, I am create for in this select from customer table and ordered by country. For country is the ascending ASC. And next for is the customer name for the DESC. Okay. So it's completed. And now I am select this code and just click for the execute. Okay. So this is for completely output in this. So first create is the country. Okay. Is this the country? This is country. And next is print for is the customer name. Okay, so this is the customer name. So each are the ordered by example is the perfectly working. Okay. So in this tutorial, I am completely used for the ordered by is ascending and descending order created but is not error. Okay. So here in this tutorial and that the words of our journey through the MySQL order by cause if you enjoyed this video. Okay. So thank you for joining us in this exploration of MySQLs for order by cause, and keep sorting, keep querying and keep discovering the magic of SQL. Okay. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. Today we are diving deep into the created for is the insert info in MySQL. So let's unravel the power of sorting your query result in meet your needs. Okay. So the MySQL insert into statement, if possible, is write the insert into statement is to way specify both the columns name and the values in to be inserted. Okay. Now I am create for is the inserted into example. Okay. So let's create it. So first of all, I am create for in the it's inserting for multiple row in add-ons. Okay. So let's start it. So first of all, I am create is the insert into. Okay. Then create for is the table name. Okay. So the table name is for it's DBO dot the its employee. Okay, db dot its employee. And now I'm create for is the column name. For first time create is the employee ID, and then create for is the employee for first name. Okay, and then insert for is the its department. Okay, it's then department. And next I am add for is the salary. Okay, and last one I am create for is the create the joining date. Okay, so now I am create for is the values. Okay, its values, and then create for the first time create is the employee ID is 8. Okay, and next time create for is the employee name is the Alice, and next time create for is the employee department for HR, and next one create for salary for 5500, and last one create for is the joining date is the 2023 for 09 and 24. Okay, in this line I am copy. Okay, just copy and paste for next line. Okay, so I am just change it for in this for 9 and in this for the 10. Okay, so the name is changed for is the it's for then create is Bob, and then department for is IT, and the salary is for the 60,000. Okay, and then date for is 5. Okay, so now last change is for in the list. Okay, then in department for is the finance. Okay, it's finance. Then create for is the salary is for the 70,000, and then is James for is the Charlie. Okay, okay, now complete. So select this code and just click for executed, and these for is row are affected, and now I am show for is the in this result for the okay. So let's click for right and then select for is 1000 row. Okay, so this is the complete for is the employee ID and the first name. Okay, so the insert into statement is the key to adding new record to your table, and here we insert a new customer in the employee table and specify values for the first name, last name, first name create, then department, and is create for is the salary. Okay, so it's are printed, and next step I am create for is the insert for single insert into statement. Okay, so let's create it. So now I am create for is the new query and create for is the table. Okay, okay, so first of all I am create for is the insert, and then create for is into, and the table name is the table name for is dbo dot is the employee table, and then column name is, so now I'm create for is the is first name create the employee its last name. Okay, its last name. Then I am create for is the its department. Okay, its department, and then create for is the hire date. Okay, So and then create for is the salary. Okay. So now create for is the values. Values and in then parentheses. So first time create is the last name is for then Johan. It's for single quotation create. Okay. And next one I am create for is the department for then is create for economics. Okay. Economic and then create for the single quotation for hire date is for 2023 for the January and the date is 23 and next time create for is the salary is for 29,000. Okay. So now then create for semicolon and here the insert into statement is the key to adding new records to your table and here you to inserting a new customer into the customer in the employee table and specific values for the last name, department, hire date and salary. Okay. So now select this code. Okay, so the result is printed for in the on row for affected. Okay, so now I am check for in this. So just click for in this dbo.employee and just click for is the right side and select top 1000 row. Okay, so just click. So this is for this line and print it. So I am just click for in this line new added. Okay, so the column employee ID 11 and the first name null and the last name is Zohan and the department for economics and hire date is the 2023 January and 23 and then salary is the 29. Okay, so it's the output is completely true. Okay, so here in this tutorial and that's a warp our MySQL insert into journey. Thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. Today we are going to the now I am create for is the MySQL null values. Okay, so join me in this unraveling and embark in this tutorial. Okay, so first of all I'm discuss and it is the what is a null value. A field with a null value is a field with no values. Okay. So if a field in a table is optional, it is possible to insert a new record or update record without adding a value to the field. Then the field will be saved with a null value. Okay. So now second step I am create for how to test for null values. Okay. So it is not possible to test for null values with comparison operators such as equal, less than or less than greater than. Okay. So we will have to use the is null and is not null operator inside. Okay. So the now I am create for first is the is null operator. Okay. So the is null operator is used to test for empty values for null values and the following for the SQL list and all for customer with a null values in address field. Okay. So let's create it. So first time create is the select and then create for is for customer name. Okay. It's customer name. Okay. And now I'm create for is the contact name. Okay. Contact name. And then I'm create for is the address. Okay. So next line I am create for is the from the table is the customers. Okay. So next line I am create for is the where statement and create for is the address and address for is null. Okay. So It's space for null. Okay, so last one then semicolon, and now select this code and just click for the execute. Okay, so the customer is for printed for in this customer is error for always use for is null to look for is the null values. Okay, so this is not values. Okay, so next step I am create for is not null operator. Okay, so the is not null operator is used to test for the non-empty values for not null value, and the following for the SQL list all customer with a values in the address field. Okay, so let's create it. So in this for same match. Okay, so customer name, contact name, address name, and I am add for and one is city, then create for is the country. Okay, and now I am create for is the from customer table, and where the address is for not null. Okay, it's not null. And now save this code and just select and click for execute. Okay, so the result is printed. So the is for the customer name is the Jani, and then customer contact name for is the PD Malik, and then address for is the suite 3B, then city for is the Skettle, and then country for is the USA. Okay, so it's are printed. So it's for it's not null value used for the show in the result. Okay, so here in this tutorial, and that a works on our MySQL for the null values is for if you found this video helpful, and then it's more practice for the MySQL data, and then thank you for joining us in this exploration of MySQLs for the null values statement, and keep inserting, keep querying, and keep mastering the art of MySQL data. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. Today we are diving deep into the dynamic and versatile update statement in MySQL. So buckle up as we explore how to modify and transform your data with precision. Okay, so first of all, I'm introduction and create the update statement. Okay, so first of all, I am create is update. Okay, its update, and next time create for is the table name is, so first time create is the dbo dot the table name is for product. Okay, it's for the payment. Okay, so now I am create for is the set method. Okay, and then set for is amount. Okay, it's for amount, and the amount is the update is amount for 300.78. Okay, so next line I am create for is the where statement, and then create for in this mode. Okay, so in this mode for is equal, then create for is the single quotation for is cache. Okay, it's cache, and now last one create for is the semicolon. Okay, so now select this code and let me create for is the execute. Okay, so is 2 row for affected, and I am show for in this table. Okay, so just click for debo.payment and then right click. Okay, so it's right click and select to top 1000 row. Okay, so the result is printed. So I am create for in this last line. Okay, so the create for amount is 3300.78 for is cash, and then this payment date. Okay, so next I am again create for in this code. Okay, so this code, so I am just amount used for the amount is for 900, and then change for is the first column is then, so I'm used for the credit card. Okay, so in this for change is credit card. Okay, credit and card. Okay, so now again select this code and just click for the execute. Okay, so one row for affected, and now I am check for in this row. Okay, so let click for the right side and then select for is top 1000 row. Okay, so now is update this. So in this line is for 2, and customer ID 2 for is change. The amount is for credit card, and then amount for 900.78 it's update. Okay, so in this code our update statement, then create to your go-to command for the modifying in this existing records, and here we are updating the in this mode and price amount. Okay, so the in this create for the table is for payment table. Okay, so next step I am create for is the updating for the multiple columns. Okay, so let's create it. So now I'm create for is the execute button. Okay, now I'm create for again is the update method. Okay, it's update, and then create for is the table name for database DBO, and dot the table name is the employees. Okay, so it's select, and next line I am create for is the set method, and then equal for, then I am update for is the its department is equal, then click for is the single quotation for creating is the marketing. Okay, and next line I am update for is the salary. Okay, its salary then is equal for the 7,000. Okay, it's 70,000, and next I am in this for I am update, and last line I am create for is the where statement. It's the where, and the table is for the name is the employee ID. Okay, so the employee ID is equal, then ID name is 101. Okay, so now complete this code and last one semicolon, and here in update for multiple columns at once in this example we are adjusting both for salary and department in this employee ID for 101 in the employees table. Okay, so now select this code and just click for execute. So it's 0 row affected. So now I am check for in this row. Okay, so left click and then select top 1000 row. Okay, so the result is printed. So in this created. Okay, so the salary is the 17,000 it created. Okay, say in this 10 line. Okay, so next I am again create for in this I am change for the show it's create for the first name. Okay, it's first name, then the name is Johan. Okay, it's Johan, and it's the department. Okay, so let's create the department. The department is equal for the single quotation for IT. Okay, and then customer ID for 102. Okay, so now select this code and again for click for execute. Okay, so the 0 row is affected. And now check this employee table. Okay, so just left side create, it's right side. So in this for the IT is changes. Okay, so here in this tutorial, I am completely create for is the introduction for the update method, and then next create for the multiple update columns. Okay, so and there you have it, a deep into the MySQL update statement. You are practiced for more in this update statement data. Okay, so thank you for joining us in this exploration of MySQL for update statement, and thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. Today we are unraveling the power of precision of the delete statement. So get ready to write this command like a database. It's ninja. Okay, so now I am introduction to the delete statement. So first of all, I am create for is the delete. Okay, it's delete and then delete from the table name is for DBO dot is employee. Okay. So next time create for is the hire. Okay. Is hire. The table is column for the hire date. Okay. Hire underscore date. Okay. So the date is the less than, then single quotation create. Okay, so first of all in this remove I am show this table. Okay, so now create for is the select, it's select star is from the table name is tbo dot is employee. Okay, so now select this code and just click for execute. Okay, so this is the table. Okay, so now I am delete from on column. Okay, so first of all I am create is the delete statement. Okay, it's delete and then create for is from the table name is dbo dot is the employee table. And next time create for is the hire column is delete, so hire, then delete for is the is hire date. Okay, it's hire underscore date, then is greater than is less than for single quotation create, the date is for is 2023 for January, and the day is 23. Okay, so now last one click for is the semicolon. Okay, so the delete statement is sharp tool in your SQL arsenal, and here we are removing customers whose last is the date and was before in this date. Okay, so now select this code and let me click for the execute. Okay, so is affected, so now just click for in this employee and just show. Okay, so the result is in this. So now I am is again for change the date is for the month is 3. Okay, so now again select and execute for on row is affected. Okay, so now right side click for in this column is for in this column are deleted. Okay, so this is not show for in this previous is higher date. Okay, so now I am delete for in specific row. Okay, so let's create it. So in this delete from is same as And now I am delete for is the department. Okay, is for the department. The department name is equal for is single quotation. Create for is the IT. Okay, so and I am also delete for is and statement. Create for is the joining date. Okay, it's for the joining date. For the date is in this date. Okay, so the 01. Okay, so now save this code, and here in the precision for matters is delete specific that meet your criteria. In this case you are breeding farewell to IT for employee with no promotions for in this the joining date. So just select and execute. Okay, so it's not affected. Okay, so just I am changed for in this department for the marketing. Okay, it's marketing, and then again for execute, so it's not H0 affected. So I am just change it. Okay, so just show this in this for some change for in the salary. Okay, so just create for is the is salary. Okay, is salary column, and is equal for the salary is the 70,000. Okay, so now again select this code and just click. Okay, so now is on row for affected. Okay, so then click for right side and then click for select top 1000 row. Okay, so the employee table for IT department is not show. Okay, in this column, in this row for is deleted. Okay, so it's the specific row. And now I am delete for is the cascading with foreign key. Okay, so now I am delete for is the foreign key. So in this, so now I am select for in this department for the foreign key. Okay, so just check it for in this the name is employee ID. Okay, so let's create for is employee ID. The ID name is for 01. Okay, and then ID 1 for it's for ID 1 I am remove now, and last one then semicolon. Okay, so now select this code and just click for execute. So on row for affected, so again for same as process and then select for top. Okay, so the ID 1 is removed. Okay, is the deleted, so this is not show for ID 1. So here last one I am create for is the delete for all row. Okay, so just click. Okay, so in this row. Okay, so now just delete from is log. Okay, so in this table, the create for is the logs. It's log. Okay, so in this table I am create in this for the log column is create for in this table for remove now. Okay, but I am not create. You are to practice for in this log. Okay, so in this tutorial, and there you have it, an exploration of MySQL for delete statement. And for thank you for joining us on this MySQL journey. May your relation be precision and your database be pristine. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. Today we are diving into the MySQL limit class, and a tool that allow you to control the quantity of your query result. So let's get started. So now, first of all, I am show for in the table. Okay, so just create for is the select, and then create for is a star, and the from is table, use the customers. Okay, so it's customers table, and now select this code, and here the limit cause is in this select and execute. So the result is printed. So this is the customer table. Okay. So in this table, I am create for the basic of introduction for the customer table, and now I am use for the limit. Okay. So the limit use, then next click. I am in this cause for MySQL is limit. The limit cause is used to specify the number of the records to return. Okay. So the limit cause is useful on large table with the thousand of records and returning a large number of records and impact performance. Okay. So first of all, I am create for use help the SQL statement, select the first three records from the in customer table. Okay, so let's create it. Now click for in the select from the form from tables, and now write for is the limit. Okay, it's limit for the three columns. Okay, now select. Okay, so last one create for semicolon, and now select this code and just click for the execute. Okay, so this is the result for in this table. Okay, so here the MySQL provides a way to handle this by using for the offset, and the SQL query below say the return only three records, start one, record 4, offset 3. Okay, so just create it. So in this limit, and now I am click for and create for either offset. Okay, is offset, then offset for 3. Okay, so it's line I am create for in this customer table, but it's not show, but it's the error. Okay, so it's select, and this the error for in this customer table. Okay, so why it's error, but I am not declare for is the column. I am just declare for is the 3 is the one column. Okay, so now again select and then execute for in this execute. So this is the result for is one column I am created. Okay, so it's for only one column. So next in this, okay, so now I am again create for in this select statement. So let's create for is the select, and then create for is the from. Okay, from the table is the name is for the customers. Okay, so now I'm create for is the limit. Okay, it's limit for 3, and then create for is the offset for 3. Okay, so it's for again click, then so just it's great for the offset. Okay, so now I am click for is the double F. Okay, it's offset, it's capital word. Okay, so it's completely created, and then select and then execute. Okay, so the column is 3 column is printed. Okay, so it's are not error that this is show the result. Next step I am create for is the add a where cause the following SQL statement select the first 3 records from the customers table. Where is the country? Okay, so let's create it. So first of all I am create for in the select and from the customer table, and let's create for is the where statement, and then create for is the country. Okay, the country is equal for the double quotation, its single quotation create for is the Germany. Okay, is Germany, and then the limit the limit for 3. Okay. So now select this code and just click for execute. Okay. So the is not show create is a Germany. Now I am create for is the another country name. Okay. So the country name is the Canada. Okay. It's Canada. And now select and execute. Okay. So it's the same as the result. Okay. So it's the limit for 3. So here in this tutorial, I am completely created for in the limit for in the real table example, and it's guided through the example. A showcase is versatile in various use cases. Okay. So and your habit and exploration of MySQL for limit class, and thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. Today we are embark on the journey of the MySQL for the minimum and maximum function. Okay, so let's get started. So first of all, I am discuss and create for in the what is the MySQL for is the minimum and maximum function. Okay, so the minimum function returns the smallest value and the select for the column, and the maximum function return the largest value of the selected column. Okay, so in this code, the indicate for the MySQL for the max function in is used to return the maximum value of given columns in query, and if you need for maximum value of the column for the database table, at that time we use the maximum function is MySQL. Okay, so now I'm create for is the minimum function. Okay, so the minimum function is used to the return the minimize the values of given columns in query. Okay, so let's create it. So first of all, I am create for is the minimum function. Okay, so now I'm following for the SQL statement, find the price of this product table. Okay, so first of all, I am create for is the select. Okay, it's select, then create for is the minimum, and then parenthesis create for is the column is for the in this column for is the price. Okay, so let's create its price, and now I'm create for is the as function are create for the smallest. Okay, is smallest price, and next line I am create for is the from the table name is for the products. Okay, in this code for is the first of all I'm create for is the is column name for the price, is the database is the column name, the table you want to get the minimum value is given column, and next time create for is the table name. Okay, so the table name is indicate the database I want to retrieve the records. Okay, so now select this code. So now I am create for the semicolon, and then click and just execute. Okay, so the result is the minimum price for is the result for 30,000. Okay, so this is the result, and now I am create for is the maximum value. Okay, so the maximum value is the function is written for the largest value. Okay, so the column is name is indicate the table you want to the maximum value of given column. Okay, so let's create it. So first of all, I am use for the SQL statement and create for the maximum price. Okay, so in this code same as, and just I have changed for in this is max, and then price, and as for the largest price. Okay, so let's create its largest price, and then table from is product. Okay, so now select this code and just execute. Okay, so the largest price is the 50,000. Okay, so in this tutorial I am is perfectly created for the minimum and maximum function. Okay, so it's are created. Okay, so in this tutorial I am create and apply for the maximum and minimum functions to use for the table data columns, and I will guide you through the example that showcase its versatility in various use cases. Okay, so and there you have it, an exploration of the MySQL minimum function and maximum function are created for in this tutorial. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. Today we are delving into the world of MySQL aggregation functions for the count function, average function and sum function are powerful tools for the analyzing and summarizing data. So join me as we demonstrating in this exploration. Okay, so now first of all I am discuss for is this count, average and sum functions allow us to gather variable insight from our data, answering the question about quantity and the average values and total sums. Okay, so first of all I am create is the count function. Okay, so let's start with the count function, and this function is your go to the counting word, and either you are the tracking user orders and any other entity for count provide precise count. Okay, so now I am follow the SQL statement and create for is the count function. So first of all I am create is the select and then create for is count, the count, and then for product ID. Okay, it's for the product ID. Okay, and next line I am create from its table. Okay, it's from the table is products. Okay, the table is, so in this table I am use, so first of all I am use for the product ID, and the table name is for the order details. Okay, it's order details table. Okay, so now select this table code and just click for the execute. Okay, so the result is printed. So the count ID for is 6. Okay, so it's created, and next step I'm create for is the average function. So moving on the average function to simplify the task of calculating average. Okay, so it's the product rating for average delivers the mean value for effectively. Okay, so let's create it. For now I follow for the SQL statement, and in this for same as and just I am in this chains. Okay, so just create for AVG and then parenthesis create for the price. Okay, so it's price is for the, in this use for price for average. So now I am check for is the average for order ID. Okay, it's for order ID, and then select and just click for execute for is the average order ID is the 12344.5. Okay, so it's created, and next step I am create for is the sum function. So now let's for the sum function. This function is your ticket to total up numeric values, either it sells for quantities or any numeric data for sum has you covered. Okay, so let's create it. So now I am create for is the sum function. Okay, so it's create for the sum, it's sum, then parenthesis create for is the quantity. Okay, so it's for quantity. Okay, and the table from is the order details table. Okay, so now select this code And here I am used for in this statement for the numeric data. Okay. So now select and execute. So the total quantities for the 76. Okay. And this table I am show for in this table. Okay, so this is the table for in this quantities. Okay, total quantities for is the 76. Okay, it's for order details and is the 76. Okay, so in this some functions are created, and there you have it, the world of MySQL for aggregation functions for count, average and sum function. And now I am create for in this MySQL has just begun. Okay, so thank you for joining me in this database exploration. May your queries to process and your analyze inside it. Okay, so and there your database optimized. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. Today we are delving into the world of MySQL. For the create is the in this, so first of all I am create for is the MySQL like operators. Okay, so in this tool for amazing and summarizing data, and so join me as we the demystifying these functions and practical example. Okay, so let's create it. So first of all I am discuss is the MySQL like operators. So the like operator is used in a where calls to search for a specified pattern in a column. Okay, so there are two wildcards often used in conjunction with the like operator. Okay, so the percent sign is represent 0, 1 or multiple characters, and the underscore sign are represent for on single character. Okay, so now first time create is the like SQL like example. Okay, so follow the SQL statement. Select for all columns with a customer name starting with A. Okay, so let's create. So first of all I am create is the select and star for from. So the table name is the customer. Okay, so next line I am create for is the where. Okay, it's where. Then create for is the customer name. Okay, so then create for is the like operator for its single quotation for a percentage. Okay, so in a percentage is means for the find any values that start with a. Okay, so now select this code and just click for the execute. Okay, so that this is the result in this output. Okay, so print for is the start. So start for 1, it's the customer ID. Okay, so next step I am create for is the customer with a customer name for ending A. Okay, so ending A I am create for is the same as table, and then change for is first is percentage and then A. Okay, so it's percentage A. So inline for indicates the find any values that end with A. Okay, so now select this code and just click for the execute. Okay, so last one I am not declare for this value, just show in this table. Okay, so this is the table is last line, I am not declare, so in this show for is the null value. Okay, now I am back for in this code. Okay, so next step I am create for is the select for all customer with a customer name that have is or in any operations. Okay, so let's create the code. So first create is the select start from customer SMS, and then create for is the customer name for use the or operators. So now I am create for in this a remove, and create for is the or, and then percentage. Okay, so in this or percentage, this means for the in find for any values that have for or in any position. Okay, so now select this code Okay, and just click for the execute. Okay, so the result is print for is the null for in this print for the any position in this value. Okay, so now next step I am create for is that have are in the second position. Okay, so let's create it. So second position, the code is same as for select and the table name is customer and where is the customer name and like for is the underscore r. Okay, so underscore r. So in this line for indicate the finds any values that have for are in the second position value print. Okay, so now select this code and just execute. So this is for in this second position, last one second position. Okay, so it's printed. And next step I am create for is the SQL statement select for all columns with a customer name that start with A and are at least 3 character in length. Okay, so let's create it. So same as is in this code, just I'm change for in this like operation. So now I am create for in the A and then underscore then create for is the parentheses percentage. Okay, so last one create for semicolon. Okay, so now select this code and just click for is the execute. Okay, it's the create for the 3 character. Okay, so this is the output in this code. Okay, so next step I am create for the is SQL statement select all customer with a contact name for number that start with a and in this the create for is the number. Okay, the contact number. So it's create for the contact name. Okay, so first of all I am create is the where the column name is I am used for the contact. Okay, so space and then create for is the contact for number. Okay, so it's for in this for a percent o. Okay, so in this a percent o, this means for the in this find any values that start with a and closing and end with o. Okay, so now I am create for in this. So just click. Okay, and just select this code and just click for the execute. Okay, so this is print for last one. I'm not declare for is the null value printed. Okay, so it's our result is true. Okay, so last one I am create for is the SQL statement follows select all customer with a customer name that does not start with a. Okay, so let's create it. So in this I am change it. Okay, so let's create for the customer is the customer name. Okay, so then create for is not like. Okay, so is for not like for a percent. Okay, so 0 remove it's o remove. Okay, and now select in this code again and just click for the execute. Okay, so the all column is table for all column and row in printed. Okay, so this is the output for in this last step. Okay, so here in this tutorial I am completely creating for the example use in SQL MySQL like statement. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. Today we are going to the delving into the world of MySQL. For the function is the MySQL wildcard characters. Okay, so this is a powerful tool for is the analyzing and summarizing data. So join me as we the demonstrating this function with the practical example. Okay, so let's start it. So first of all, I'm discuss the MySQL wildcard characters. Okay, so in this character is used to the substitute on or more characters in a string. Okay, so wildcard characters are used with the like operator. The like operator is used a where clause and to search for a specified pattern. Okay, so the wildcard characters in MySQL for is percent for the represent 0 or more characters, and the it's suppose example for BL percent fine for BL for black, blue and blob. Okay. And next represent for is the underscore is a single character. So suppose example is underscore T. It's fine, hot, hat and heat. Okay. So let's start it. I am create for is the wildcard character. Okay. So first of all, I am using the percent for wildcard, and the following for the SQL statement selects all customer with a CT starting with BR. Okay. So first of all, I am show for is total columns and row. Okay. So in this customer table I am used. So this is the in this table I am used now. Okay. So now first of all I am create is then select. Okay. It's create for select. And next time create for is a star. It's from the table name is the customer. Okay. And next line I am create for is the where, and the name for is city. Okay. The city is now I am used for the like. Okay. Like statement, and then single quotation create for the BER, and last one then percentage. Okay. So then semicolon. Okay. So now select this code and just click for the execute. Okay. So this is the result for first result, and first column in this is customer ID 1, customer name Adil, and then contact number, address, and the city for is the Berlin. So first time create is the BER and percentage. Okay. So this is the output. Next time create for is the following for the SQL statement. Select all customer with a city containing the pattern for ES. Okay, so let's create it. So in this code for same as, I'm just change for in this like statement. So first of all, I am create is percentage and then create for ES. Okay. So now again select this code and just click for the execute. Okay. So this is last for is I'm used for the null value. Okay. So just show for in this table. Okay. So this is for the null value. Okay. So its output are printed. Okay. So in this, so next step I am create for is the using the underscore wildcard. Okay. So the following SQL statement for selects for all customer with a city starting with any character from is followed by is on done. Okay. So let's create it. So in this code for same as, and just I'm change for in this like operators. So first of all I am create for the underscore for on done. Okay. It's the country, and last one create the semicolon, and now select in this code and just click for the execute button. Okay. So this is the result for in this city for London. Okay. It's printed. So these are underscore statement are working. Okay. So next time create for is the following for SQL statement and select all customer with a city for string with L and followed by any character is followed by N and followed by any character for on. Okay. So let's create it. So in this first line is same as, and second line I am changed for is the like operators. Okay. So just change it. So first of all, I am create in this L, and then create for is the underscore, then create for again N, and underscore for ON. Okay. So now complete this code and just select and click for is the execute. Okay. So this is result are printed. So it's the city for London are fully printed. Okay. So here in this tutorial, I am create for is the wheel card characters. Okay. So I hope enjoy in this tutorial. Okay. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are diving into the heart of MySQL with the in operator, and this command is your key to dynamically transform and modify data within your table. Okay. So join me as we the demonstrating the in statement with the practical example. Okay. So let's get started. So first of all, I am introduction the MySQL in operator. Okay. So the in operator allow you to specify the multiple values in a where clause, and the in operator is a shortened for multiple or conditions. Okay. So let's start it for the in operator. Okay. So first of all, I am used for in this example. So first the following the SQL statement, select for all columns that are located in the Germany, France or UK. Okay. So let's create it. So first of all, I am create is the select, and then create for is star. From the table name is the customer. Next line I am create for is the where, and create for is the country. Okay, it's country. The country I am used for the in operator, and then parenthesis and single quotation. It's single quotation create for the first of all I am create the Germany. Okay. It's the Germany, and next line I am create for is the French. Okay. It's French, and last one I am create for is the UK. Okay. So last one create for semicolon. So now complete this code and select this code and click for is the execute button. Okay. So let's create for execute. Okay. So this is the result for in this coding. So first create is the UK, then Germany and France. Okay. So it's for the sequentially printed. So next step I am create for is the following for SQL statement and select all customer that are not located in Germany, France or UK. Okay, so let's create it. So in this code for same match, just I'm change for in this in operator. So it's create for the not in operator, and is same as then country name is Germany, France and UK. Okay. So now again select this code and just click for the execute. Okay. So this is the result in this output for is the in this customer table for total column and total rows. Okay. So it's a totally printed. So last one I am create for is the use and following for the SQL statement. Select all customers that are from the same countries is customers. Okay. So now I am use for in this code, and now I am change for is the second line. So in this for remove. Okay. So now I am create for in, and then parenthesis, then click for it, create for is the select the country. Okay. Is country, and next time create for is the from, the table is the customers. Okay. So on last one, create the semicolon. Okay. So now select this code and just click for the execute. Okay. So this is print for is null because in this two column I am not create for the same country. Okay. So it's the customer table. Okay. And this in this for the again is another table for is the customers. Okay. It's not for same country. It's USA, Italy and India. And in this for the customer tables and in this for is for the customer table. Okay. So this the country name. Okay. So it's not same as. So in this tutorial, I am completely created for in the in operator with example. Okay. So I hope enjoy in this tutorial and thank you for watching. Happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. Today we are delving into the world of MySQL functions for the between operator. Okay, so it's our powerful tools for analyzing and summarizing data. Okay, so join me as we demonstrating these functions with practical example. Okay, so first of all I'm discuss the MySQL between operators. Okay, so the between operators is select for values with a given range. The values can be numbers, text or dates. Okay. So the between operators is inclusive for the begin and end values are included. Okay. So first of all, I am use and this the example for the between and use and calling for the SQL statement selects all products with a price between 10 and 20. Okay. So first time create is the select and star is from. Then table name is the product. Okay. Next line I am create for is the where the price. Okay. Its price. Then use for is the between operator. Okay. It's between. It's 1 and it's 10 and 20. Okay. And last one. Then semicolon. So now select this code and just click for is the execute. Okay, so this is the result and output are printed. So it's for the total one table for total column and row. Okay. So next step I am create for is the not between. Okay, so suppose in example used for to display the product for outside the range of our previous example, use for not between. Okay, so in this first line for same as, next line I am extra use for the not operators. Okay, so and is same as for 10 and 20. So now again select this code and just click for the execute. So this is the result for his last one is product ID for 4, product name for Anthony, supply 1, category ID 2, and in this for unit and last one is price for 22. Okay. So it's a printed. So now I am used for the between with in example. Okay. So here the following SQL statements select all products with a price between 10 and 20. In addition, do not show product with the category ID of 1, 2 or 3. Okay. So let's create it. So in this code for same as and just I'm extra use for this line. Okay. So now I'm create for is the AND operator and create for is the category ID for not in and then parenthesis for 1, 2 and 3. Okay. And last one create for semicolon. So now select this code and just click for execute. So this is the result for is print for the null value. Okay. So next one I am create for is the between for text values example. So it's select for all product with a product name between, for suppose the name I am use. So in this table I am use. So first is product, select from the product table, and where I am used for the name. Okay. So now I am used for the product name and use the between. Okay. So between use, then the name is, so first time create for name is single quotation, create for is a tiger. Okay. Is tiger, and operator and last one create for is the Giovanni. Okay. A single quotation, it's for Giovanni. Okay. It's Giovanni. And next line I am create for is the ordered by. Okay. Is the order by, its order, its order, order by the product name. Okay. So now last one, then semicolon. Okay. So now select this code and just click for the execute. Okay. So these are for is print, for not is show in this result. Okay. It's the null. So next line I am create for is the not between text values. So suppose I am use in this SQL statement, select all products with a product name for not between, for in this table. Okay. So just show create. Okay. So it's for add for not between. It's the name is tigers, and then is for Giovanni, and it's ordered by the product name. Okay. So now again select this code and just click for in this execute. So this is not used for in this table. Okay. So this the total column and row, and I am used for the product name for Anthony, Chais, Chang, and syrups. Okay. But I am not declare for in these tigers and Giovanni. Okay. So there is in this the output. So last one I am create for in this the sample table create. So last one in this table I am create for is the between, for the not between text values are printed for total one table for total row out, row and column output. Okay. So I hope enjoy in this video, and practice for is more in this in this between statement operators. Okay. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. Today we are delving into the world of MySQL is alias functions. Okay. So in this, for the powerful tools for analyzing and summarizing data. So join me as with unraveling this function with practice example. Okay, so let's get started. So first of all, introduction for is the MySQL alias. Okay, so the alias are used to give a table or a column in a table a temporary name, and alias are often used to make column names for more readable, and an alias only exists for the duration of that query, and alias is created with the AS keyword. Okay. So first of all, I am used for the alias for column example, and follow for the SQL statement, create for two alias on for the column its customer ID column, and on for is the customer name column. Okay. So let's create it. So first of all, I am create is the select. Okay. And then create for is the customer ID. Okay. So next time create for is the as, and create is the ID, then comma, and now I'm create for is the is for customer name. Okay. It's name, and is again for as keyword for the customer. Okay. It's customer. And next line I am create for is the from. The table name is the customers. Okay. So complete this code. Okay. So now select this code and just click for the execute. Okay. So this is the result for is customer ID 0, 40, 56, 57, and next for is the customer name is the Cardinal, Johnny, Smith and Bob. Okay, so it's in this output. And next step I am create for is the SQL statement follow create two alias for on for the customer name column and on for the customer column, and single or double quotations marks are required if the alias name contains space. Okay, so let's start it. So in this for code as same as first create, but I am just change in this code. Okay, so first of all I am create for is the customer name. Okay, it's customer name, and then as keyword create for is the customer. Okay, so it's customer, and next line I am create for is the contact name. Okay, so it's for the contact name, but its contact now create for is the contact for name is customer, and then create for is the contact name, and as then create for is the contact person is double quotation inside. Okay, so let's create for is the double quotation and create for is the contact its person, and last one create for is the customer table. Okay, so it's a semicolon. So now select this code and just click for the execute. Okay, so this is the result for in this code. So first is the customer name is Cardinal, Johnny, Smith and Bob, and the contact person is the PD Molly and PD, and last one is the pond. Okay, so it's this is the output. Next step I am create for is the in this use the statement for creates an alias name for address that combined for 4 columns is address, postal code, city and country. Okay, so let's create it. So first of all I am create is the select for is customer name, for is the is as function create, then create for is the concat. Okay, is concat for underscore for WS, and then create for is this. So in this code for remove, so now I'm create for is the parenthesis, and create for is the single quotation, and inside for comma. Okay, so next step I am create for is the its address. Okay, address. Next create is the postal, its postal code, and then create for is the city, and next create for is the country. Okay, its country, and create for is the as keyword for address. Okay, So in this for the customer table. So suppose in this for space. So use for the single quotation. Okay. So it's for then contact for W it's cat. Okay. So it's for not as in this for comma. Okay. So the error is completed. So now select this code and just click for the execute. Okay. So it's for the sum as is problem. So now again select this code and just click this execute button. Okay, so this is the result for in this code. Okay, so first create is the customer name and in this address. Okay, so this in this for the output. So next step I am create for is the alias for the table example. Okay, so let's create it for in this table. Okay, so first of all, I am used for in this table is SQL statement is the same as above both without alias. Okay, so first of all, in this code now remove. So first time create is the select for the this table is orders. Okay, in this order tables now I am use. Okay, so first create is the select for then create for is the order. Okay, it's orders then create for is dot is order for id and next create for is the orders dot is the order date and again create for is the it's for customer in this the customer then use for the dot for customer name. Okay, it's for the customer name and next line I am create from the table is for the customer and another table for is the its orders. Okay, so next line I am create for is the where statement and then create is the customer table dot is for customer name and is equal then single it's double it's single quotation create for the result in the Bob and now I'm used for in the AND operator and use for the customer table for dot is the customer is the customer ID and is equal for the orders. Okay, it's orders dot the customer ID. Okay, so last one then semicolon. So now select this code. Okay, and select and just click for the execute and in this code for print the table name. Okay, so just execute. Okay, so this is the result for is the table name for is the order ID, order date and customer name are printed. Okay, so in this alias can be useful when there are more than one table involved in a query and functions are used in the query where columns names are big or not very readable and two or more columns are combined together. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. Today we are delving into the world of the MySQL. For now, I am in this tutorial are created for the MySQL joining tables. Okay, so let's get started. So first of all, I am introduced is the MySQL joining table. Okay, so the joining table is used to combine rows from two or more tables and based on a related column between them. And let's look at a selection from I am used for in this tutorial for two tables. The first table is used for the customer and second is the order tables. Okay, so let's create. So suppose you are notice that the customer ID column in the order table refers to the customer ID in the customer table. The relationship is between the two tables available in the customer ID. Okay, so let's create it. So first of all, I am create is the select and then star. It's not star. So it's create first the orders. Okay, it's order tables and then create for is dot is the order ID. Okay, next time create for is the customers. Okay, it's customers and then customers for is dot the customer name. Okay, so it's the customer name and then create for is the orders, the table names is orders and is dot for create is the order date. Okay, so now I am create for is the from and the table name is the orders. Okay, so now I am then we can create the following SQL statement and that contains an inner join that select records that have the matching values in this both table. Okay, so let's create it. So first of all I am create is the join inner join for is the customers table, then create for is the on and the table name is the orders for dot is the customer ID and is equal for the customer tables. Okay, so is the customers tables dot is create the customer ID. Okay, so last one then semicolon. So complete this code and now I am select this code and just click for index execute button. Okay, so the result is printed for in this for same as in this for its column for in order ID, customer name and order date and same as. Okay, in this tutorial I am create for is the simple joining table. Okay, here in this joining table is supported is four types for the MySQL. So first the inner join is return records that have matching values in both table and then left join is returns all record from the left table and the matched record from the right table. And third for is the right join is returns all records from the right table and the match for the records from the left table. Okay, so last one is the cross join is returns for all record from both tables. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. Today we are embarking on the journey of MySQL for the inner join keyword. Okay, so let's get started. So first of all, I am discuss is the inner join keyword is the selects for records that have is matching values in both table. Okay, so suppose example create for is the table 1 and table 2. Okay, so let's create it. So now I am following the SQL statement for select all orders with customer information. Okay, so let's create it. So in this tutorial, I am used for in this customer table and orders table. Okay, so let's create for is the select It's select. Then create for is the orders table. Then dot for is the order ID. And next create for is the customers table. Okay. Is the customers. And then create for is the dot is customer name. Okay. So next line I am create for is the from the table is the orders. Okay. It's orders. And next line I am use for the inner join. Okay. It's inner join keyword. Then create for is the customers for use the on statement. And the table name is the orders. Dot is for the customer ID and is equal for the table name is the customer is customers, and then use for dot is the customer ID. Okay. So its code are completed, and last one then semicolon. And here in this code, for the inner join keyword, select for all row from both table as long as there is a match between the columns. Okay. So let's select this code and just click for the execute. Okay. So this is the result for is the order ID and customer name is two table for is same column. Okay. So if there are the records in the orders tables that do not have is match in customer is this order will in this form match the orders for customer ID and customer name as same is matching. Okay. So next time create for is the three join table for in this inner join statement. Okay. So now following for the SQL statement and selects all orders with customer and then customers information. Okay. So let's start it. First of all, I am used for in this select for orders dot orders ID and then for customers dot customer name and another table. So then comma and create for is the customer table for dot is then customer name. Okay. So next line I am create for is from then use for double quotation. Okay. So first of all I am create for the inner join is customers on customers dot customer ID is equal for the first table is the customers dot customer ID and then closing in this parenthesis in this for copy. Okay. And paste for next line. Okay. So in this for closing and last one semicolon and now I am changed for in this two table. So first table is the second table is customer and then order for the customer ID and in this table for the customer table dot customer ID. Okay. So now complete this code and now I am select this code and just execute and then show for is the match table. Okay. Match column. Okay. So now select. So this the table is output for the customer ID, customer name and customer name is same as in this three table for match. Okay. So here in this tutorial I am completely create for single inner join and three table inner join are match for the column. Okay. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are delving into the fascinating world of the MySQL joins, and our focus is on the left join operation. Okay, so join me as we explore how left join can unlock the powerful insight from your database. Okay, so let's jump it. So first of all, I'm understanding the left join is a powerful tool in your SQL arsenal, and it's ensured for inclusively by returning all records from the left table and matching records from the right table. Okay, so let's explore in this syntax. So now I am create for the left join keyword returns for all record from the left table and right table. Okay, so first time create is the select. Okay, if select, then create for is the customers table, and dot create for is the customer name. Okay, so in this first table and second table is the orders, for dot is the order id. Okay, so now create for is the table is customers table. Okay, so next line I am create for is the left join. Okay, is left join. The table name is the orders, and create for is the on statement for is the customers table. Then dot for is the customer ID, and then is equal for the second table is the orders, dot create for is the customer ID, and last one I am create for is the order by statement. Create for is the column adjust is first is the customers table, and dot is the column for is the customer name. Okay, so now complete this code, and in this code select. Okay, select and just click for in this execute. Okay, so the result is printed. So in this two column match for is the customer name, and second the table is column for the its order ID. So now I am not declare for in this order ID, but is it's not match for it's the row, but it's match for in this column. Okay, so the customer first name is the Bob, it's Cardinal, Johnny and Smith, and I am not declare for in this order ID, so it's show for is the null value. Okay, so it's two table I am join and help use the then left join. Its help I am create for in this table. Okay, here and there you have it. The left join operation in MySQL. It's a powerful tool for connecting data and gaining for is the comprehensive insight, and its table are easily created and easily understand in these columns. It's table for total columns and rows. Okay, so it's the journey for the mastering SQL journey for create is join has just begun. And thank you for joining me as this SQL journey, and may your join be precision, your insight by profound, and your databases and shamelessly is connected. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are diving into the powerful realm of MySQL joins, and our spotlight is on the right join operation. So join me as we explore how right joins can reveal hidden connections within your database. Okay, so let's get started. So first of all, I am introduction to join. So before we plug in into the right join, left reversed the importance of join X at bridge connecting tables and enabling us to extract value variable for the insight from our data. Okay. So now I am understanding for the right join. The right join is a formidable tool in the SQL arsenal, and it ensures exclusivity by returning all records from the right table and matching record from the left table. Okay, so let's decide in this syntax. So first of all, I am join for in the right join keyword and return for all records from the right table and matching record for in the left table. Okay, so let's get started. So now I am use for the SQL statement will return all employee and any for employee they might have placed. Okay, so let's create it. So first of all, I am create is the select. Okay. Then the table, first table is the employee. Then dot the employee ID. Okay. It's the first table. And then left table is the create for is the employees. Dot it create for the last name. And then create for is again the employees table. Dot is create for the first name. Okay. So next line I am create for is the from statement. The right table is the employee. And now I am create for is the right join. Okay. So the left table is the employees. Okay. Its employees, and then create for is the on statement, and the sec is the right table is the employee. Then dot is type for the employee ID. Okay. And is ID equal, then left table is the employees. Okay. So then create for is the dot is the column name is the employee for employee ID. Okay. So last line I am create for is the order by method for is the right table is the employee. Okay. And then create for is the match ID for is the employee ID. Okay. So last one create for is the semicolon. So now complete this code and just select in this code and just click for in this execute the select portion. Okay. So just select. So this is the result for in this column in this database. Okay. So first is create the employee ID and then last name, first name. Employee ID is first is in the 0 for null and the last name is the darker, first name Johan, and then employee ID is 1 and the last name for the Hank and the first name is the Jack. Okay, so this is similarly printed. So this is the output for in this right join tables and left join tables. Okay. So here in this tutorial and there you have it for the right join operation in MySQL, a formidable tool for connecting data and uncovering hidden patterns. Okay. So thank you for joining me on this SQL exploration. May your joins be insightful, your queries be efficient, and your databases be shamelessly connected. Okay. So until for next time, and thank you for watching. Happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. Today we are delving into the intriguing world of MySQL joins. and our spotlight is on the cross-join operations. Okay, so join me as we explore how cross-joins can create powerful Cartesian product within your database. Okay, so let's embark on this journey. So the cross-join is a fascinating operation that creates the Cartesian products of two tables. It's a mindful tool for combining all rows from one table with all rows from another. Okay, so let's demystify its syntax. So the SQL cross-join keyword is returns for all records from both tables for table is 1 and 2. Okay, so let's create it. So first of all, I am create and the following for SQL statements select all customer and others orders. Okay, so first of all, I am create is the select and create for is the customer table. Okay, it's customers, and then create for is the column name for the customer name. Okay, so next time create for is the order is orders, and then create for is the orders table column for is order ID. Okay, so next line I am create for is the from the table name is the customers. Okay, so now I am create for is the cross join. Okay, so it's cross join for the tables is orders. Okay, so now complete this code and now click for in this select and this click for is the execute. Okay, so this is the result for in this table. For create is the output for customer name and order ID. Okay, so it's for Cardinal, Johnny, Smith and Bob is two product is connection. Okay, so here the cross-join keyword it returns for all matching records from both tables, either the table match or not. So if there are rows in the customers that do not have match in orders, okay, or if there are rows in order that do not have match in customers, these rows will be listed as well. Okay, so next time create, so if you add a higher cause for its table, in first table is customers and next second table is the orders. Okay, so if the cross join will product the same result as the inner join class. Okay, so let's create it. First time create in this select for customers and then customers name. For second table is the orders for orders ID. Okay, so I am create for first is the customers table and now cross join for is the another tables is orders. Okay, this is table and now I am used for is the higher. Okay, is higher, then create for is the first table is customers. Okay, then create for is dot the customer table column for customer ID. Okay, and then create for is equal for second table name is the orders. Okay, and for second table columns name is dot for the customer ID. Okay, so now complete this code and last one then semicolon. So here I am first create is table 1 for customer and cross join for the another tables for orders. Okay, and now I am in this two table is common value is created. Okay, so now select this code and just click for in this execute. Okay, so the result is printed two tables is same columns for in this customer name and order ID. Okay, so this is the output. So here in this tutorial, I am create for the cross-chain operations in MySQL, a tool for creating powerful connection and exploring for endless possibilities. Okay, so thank you for joining me on this SQL adventure. So may your joins be creative, your queries be precious, and your database be filled with endless possibilities. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are unraveling the my stories of MySQL giants and our focus on the enigmatic self-join operations. Okay, so join me as we explore how self-joins can unlock hidden connection with a single table. So let's the self-discover begin. Okay. In this tutorial, first of all, I am introduction to self-join. Okay. So the self-join, let's gross up the concept of self-join is like a table looking into a mirror. Okay. So it's creating connection within itself. It's a powerful technique that allows a table to interact with the own row. Okay. So now I am understanding for the self-join. So self-join is a fascinating operation that enables a table to establish connection with itself. So let's demystifying the syntax and understand how it's open up possibilities for internal relationships. Okay. A self-join is a regular join, but the table is joined it itself. Okay, so first of all, I am create for is the self-join syntax. Okay, so first time create is the select and then create for its column. Okay, its column underscore for name. Okay, then is parenthesis create for s. Okay. So next line I am create from, okay, from the table. First create is table 1, okay, it's table 1 for T1, okay, and next time create for is the table T2. Last one I am create for is the table for 1 and this is for the table 2. Okay. So next line I am create for is a where. Okay. It's where for the condition. Okay. It's the condition. So now here in this syntax for the connection for self-join syntax. Okay. So it's connect from table 1 and table 2 and it's a join for the itself for regular join. Okay, so T1 and T2 are different table allies from the for the same table. Okay, so in this tutorial I am create for is the self join. Okay, so I am create for in this one example create for the self join statement. Okay, so the following first of all following the SQL statement match for customers that are from the same suppose city. Okay, so first time create for a select. Okay, so in this for remove. Okay, so first of all I am create is column. Okay, for a dot the column name is the customer name. Okay, so is a dot for customer name. Okay, so now I'm create for is the as statement and create for the customer is for customer name 1. Okay, so next time create for is the another column is for d dot for the customer. Okay, it's customer name and again create for is the as statement, then the second column for is the customer name 2. Okay. So now I am create for is a dot for city. Okay. Its line are completed, and now I'm create for is the table 1 and table 2. Okay. So table 1 for is the customers table. Okay. Is customers for A, and second table for the customer table. Okay. Is customer for B. Okay. Now I am in this tutorial for two table for in this table. First table is customers and second table for in this customer table. Okay. So now I am create for is the condition. Okay. So first I am create for is A dot is the customer ID. Okay. It's for customer ID, and the condition create is greater than, less than, or B dot is the customer ID. Okay. So now I am create for is AND operation, and AND for is A dot is city. Okay. Then is equal for B dot is city. Okay. So next line I am create for is the order by method for create is A dot for city. Okay. So now complete this code, and here I am create for match is customer two table columns. Okay. So now select this code and just click for the execute. Okay. So here this is the result are in this for the output. So first column is first table is customers, second table is customer, and two table is match for in these three columns. Okay. So it's first is the customer name 1 and customer name 2 and the city. Okay. So this is the output for in this code. Okay. So here in this tutorial I am create for the self join, and there you have it, the self join operations in MySQL, a tool for discovering connection within a table itself. Okay. So thank you for joining me this SQL adventure. Okay. So may your table be self-aware, your queries be insightful, and your database be filled with endless possibilities. Okay. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. Today we are diving into the dynamic world of MySQL joins, and our star is the versatile union operation. So join me as we explore how unions can be unit data from different tables. So let's the question is begin. Okay. So first of all, I am introduction the union. So the union, let's understand the concept. For union is like the master blender skillfully combining rows from different tables into a seamless result is powerful tool for crafting unions within your database. Okay. So the union, its MySQL union operators is used to combine the result set of two or more select statement. Okay. So every select statement within union must have the same number of columns, and second point, the columns must also have similar data types, and the third point is the columns in every select statement must also be in the same order. Okay. So the union syntax, first create is select column name and for table 1, and then create for union, and then again for is the column name for is from the table 2. Okay. So first of all I am create for is the union all its syntax. Okay. So next step, all syntax for union operator selects for only distance values for default. So to allow its duplicate value use for union all. Okay. So in this tutorial I am create for in this union and union all for is practical example. Okay. So first of all, I am create and following the SQL statement returns the cities only distant value from both the customer and supplier table. Okay. So first time create is the select. It's select and then create for is city. Okay. It's city and next time create for is from the table name is the customer. Okay. It's customers. And next line I am create for the union and also create for the select method for the city. Okay. It's city and from the another table, it's from the another table is supplier. Okay. It's suppliers. So now I am create for is the order by. Okay. It's the order by method for is city. Okay. So now complete this code and here if some customer is created, so this select and then execute. So this is the result for city for in this combined for in this customers and supplier for total is city. Okay. So this is the output for in this code. Okay. So next step I am create for if some customer or supplier have the same city, a city will only be listed on because union select only distinct values, use union all to also select the duplicate values. Okay. So let's create it. So the duplicate value creates follow the SQL statements and return the cities for duplicate values also from the both is customer and supply table. Okay. So in this code same as and just I am add for all. Okay. All and now again for select this code and just click for the execute. Okay. So this is the result for in this duplicates values. Okay. So this is the output for in this table. Okay. So now I am create the second step for the SQL union with where method. Okay. So now following for the SQL statement returns the German cities only distant values from both the customers and supply table. Okay. So let's create it. So here first time create is the select, then city and extra add for the country. Okay. So it's the country, the column and next create for is the where. Okay. It's where the country. Okay. So the country name is then equal for single quotation create for the Germany. Okay. Is Germany. Okay. So next time create for the union and then select for the city and another column is the country. Okay. It's for then its country. In the table for the supplier and then again create for is the where method. Okay. It's where the country. Okay. So the country name is equal for the single quotation create for Germany. Okay. It's Germany. So now complete this code and last one create for is the city and then semicolon. Okay. So now select this code and select and just click for the execute. Okay. So this is the result for in this two tables for the same column is the city and country. Okay. So this is the output. So next step I am create for is the SQL all union with where. So now following for the SQL statement returns for German cities and duplicate values from the both table, the customers and supplier table. Okay. So let's create it. So first I am create for in this city and country for same as and just new create for is the union all method. Okay, so and in this code for as usual. Okay, so basically in this code I am extra add for in this all. Okay, union all method use. So now select this code and just click for the execute button. Okay, so this is the result for in the same as and duplicate values for in these two columns for city and country. Okay, so it's are created and this is the output for in this code. Okay, so last one I am create for is the another union. For example is use the SQL statement follows list all customers and suppliers. Okay, so it's for the now in this for remove. So now I'm create for the select is single quotation create for is the customer. Okay, is the customer and then create for is the as. Okay, so create for as statement and then type for is the column name for is the contact name. Okay, and another column for is the city and next for another is the country. Okay, it's for country column and now I'm create for is the from. Okay, so in this for remove, so new create for is from the table is the customers. Okay, so is the table for customers table and in this for capital word C and now I'm create for is only union. Okay, so then again create for is the select from suppliers. Okay, single quotation create for is the is suppliers. Okay, so is the supplier and then capital word for is and now I am create for in this code for remove. Okay, so it's remove, so create for is comma and then column name for is the contact name. Okay, and next create for again is city and create for the another column for is the country. Okay, so now I'm create for is from. Okay, so create is the from the table name is the suppliers. Okay, so now complete this code and here the as type above is an alias is used to a table or column is temporary name and alias only exists for the duration of the queries. Okay, so now select this code and just click for the execute. Okay, so this is the result for in this table. Type is a customer and the supplier is a duplicate value is print. It's a type and the contact name. Then next for the country and last one is the city and then last on the country. Okay, so this is for its two tables column and rows. Okay, so here we have it create a temporary column named for type and that is either the contact person is a customer or a supplier. Okay, in this tutorial I am completely creating and there you have it the union operations in MySQL, a tool for is uniting from data and unlocking in insight. Okay, so thank you for joining me on this SQL adventure. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are embarking on a journey into the world of MySQL aggregations and our guide is the monthly for group by operation. Okay, so join me as we unravel how group by transforms data by grouping and summarizing it. Okay, so let the aggregation adventure begin. So first of all, I am discuss an introduction to the group by. So the group by let's understand its essence and group by is like a conductor orchestrating the data symphony and grouping and summarizing rows based on specified columns. It's a powerful tool for unleashing the potential of your database. Okay, in this tutorial I am create for is the MySQL group by statement. Okay, So the group by statement, group row, it's create find the number of customer in each country. And the group by statement is often used the aggregation function for count, max, minimum, sum, and average. Okay. So group the result set by one or more columns. Okay. So first of all, I am create for is suppose example create for is group by example and following for the SQL statement list the number of customer in each country. Okay. So first time create is the select and then create for is the count. Okay. So the count for I'm create is the customer ID. Okay. Is customer. Okay. Is customer ID. Okay. So next time create for the country. Okay. It's country. It's line completed. And next line I am this from is the table. So first time create is from. Then table name is the customers. Okay. Is customers table. And next one I am create for is the group by method. Okay. Group it's by then create for is the country name. It's country. Okay. It's country. Now complete this code and let select this code and let me create for is the execute button. Okay. So now execute. So this is the result for in this code for output is the count for customer ID and then country name is India, Italy, Norway and USA. Okay. So it's a completed. And next step I'm create for is and follow for the SQL statement. List the numbers of customer in each country is sorting high to low. Okay. First time create is the count for country ID, then country. And then from the customers for either is from the table. And next time group by for the country. And now I am create for is order by. Okay. Is order by. So create is count. Count for is the customer ID. Okay. Is customer ID and is for the descendant. Okay. So last one I am create for semicolon. So here in this code now I'm select and just click for the execute and show the result. Okay. So this is for the output for in this code. Okay. So it's follow this country. Its first create for is the Norway, India, Italy and USA and in this for count for customer ID. Okay. So this is the output for in this code. So now I'm create for is the it's group by with join example. Okay. So now I'm following for the SQL statement list the number of orders sent by is shipper. Okay. If shipper creates. So let's create. And here the group by is join example is the same as for in this use the SQL statement list the number of orders for in this the create for the is SQL customer in each country for sorted high in order same as. Okay. So in this tutorial I am completely creating and there you have it the group by operation in MySQL. A tool for is unleashing the potential of your data through grouping and summarization. Okay. So thank you for joining me on this SQL adventure. May your data be harmonious, your insight the profound, and your database be filled with endless possibilities until next time. Okay. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial delving into the realm of MySQL aggregations, and our focus is the dynamic having class. Okay, so join me as we unravel and explore how having empowers us to filter, aggregate data with precision. Okay, so let's get aggregation adventure or continue. Okay. So now I am introduced for the having. So the having is the gossip, is the significance, and having is like a guardian at the gate and allow us to filter, aggregate data based on specified condition. Okay. So it's a powerful tool for unleashing the true potential of your data. And here, this is for the syntax for is having is keyword. Okay. So in this having, I am first is create for is the select in then column name, and next time create for is from indicate for the table name. Okay. And next time where condition use, and last then is group by column name, and having for is the condition. Okay. So now I am create for the having cause was added to SQL because the higher keyword cannot be used with aggregation functions. Okay. So now this is for the syntax, and I am create for is the having example. Okay. And now following for the SQL statement for the number of customers in each country. Okay. So let's get started. So now I am include for in this having is data coding. Okay. So first in this code now I am remove. Okay. So first time create is the select. Okay. And then create for is the count. Okay. So the count for is the column name for is suppose customer ID. Okay. Is for is customer ID. Okay. So next time create for in this is country. Okay. It's country. And now I'm create for is the table name. Okay. So it's from the table name is customers. Okay. It's customers table. And next line I am create for is the group by keyword. Is group by. The keywords is the column name for is the country. Okay. So now I'm create and use for the having function. Okay. It's having and count for the customer ID. Okay. It's for the customer ID, and now I am used for only include the countries with more than 5 customer. Okay. So then create for is greater than for 5 and last and then semicolon. Okay. So now complete this code and now select this code and just click for the execute and show the result. Okay. So it's print for the its column for count is customer ID, and then print for is the customer. Okay. So is for then this output. Okay. So it's print for the column. Next time create and following for the SQL statement list the number of customers in country. Okay. So let's create it. So in this code I am use for same as and just change for is and add for is extra columns. Okay. So first create is the select count for customer ID and country, then customer for table and group by the country, and having count for the customer ID is greater than 5, and now I am used for and sorting to high to low only include countries with more than 5 customers. Okay. So next line is for greater than 5, and then create for is the order by, okay, it's order by, then create for is the count method, and then for customer ID, okay. So its customer ID is the descendant, okay. So its code are completed, and now select this code and just click for execute. So this is the same output print. So it's print for the column, okay. So it's country column. It's for customer column I am used. So this is for the table. It's create for in this column, okay. So here in this tutorial, I am create for is the having functions. For else is following for SQL statement for MySQL, and there you have it. The having clause is MySQL, a tool for is empowering data guardianship by filtering aggregate data with precision. Okay, so thank you for joining me on this SQL adventure. So may your guardianship to precision, your insight be refined, and your database to fill with endless possibilities. Okay, so it's practice for more, and thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello programmer, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are embarked on a journey to unravel the secrets of the MySQL exist clause. Okay, so join me as we explore how exist empowers us to navigate the intricate world of subqueries and master the art of database querying. Okay, so let's the querying adventure begin. The first of all, introduction to exist. So before we dive into the depths of exist, and let's understand its role. Okay. So exist is like a key that unlock the potential of subqueries, allow us to check for the existence of rows and basically that meet specific conditions. Okay. So now it's a game changer in the SQL world. Okay. So in this world, now first of all, I am discussing create for the MySQL exist operators. Okay. So the exist operators is used to test for the existence of any record in a subquery. Okay. So just now I'm create for is the exist syntax create. So first of all, I am create is the select. Okay. And then create for is the column underscore is name for suppose S. Okay. So next line I am intricate is the from the table name is okay. Then table underscore name. Its line indicates from the table name. And now I'm create for is the where for exist, and then create for is the parenthesis. For let's create is the select. For is the column is column name, and then create for is the table name. Okay, is table underscore name, and then is create for is the is where its conditions. Okay, it's the syntax for then is exist operators. Okay, so here the exist operators is returns for is true if the subquery returns on or more records. Okay, so now I am create an example use for create the exist operators. Okay, so now I'm following for the SQL statement and returns for true, and its list the suppose create is the suppliers and with a product price less than 20. Okay, so let's create it. So first of all, I'm create for is a column name. Okay, so in this remove So first create is the column name, the supplier. It's the supplier name. Okay. So it's the column name. And next I'm create for is the table name for the supplier. Okay. It's supplier. It's suppliers. Okay. So now I'm create for is the where, and then create is the exist, and then select. Okay. Select. Then is used for then another table is another column name for is product name. Okay. Is product name, and then the table name is for the it's used for the products. Okay. Products, and where the condition is then where, and condition is for create is the table name for products. Okay. Products, and dot then column name for is the supplier ID. Okay. And is equal for then the table name is suppliers, and dot create for is the supplier ID. Okay. It's supplier ID, and operation create for is the price. Okay. His price is less than 20. Okay. So now complete this code, and here. Okay. So now select this code and just click for the execute. Okay. So this is the output for in this code, and the supplier name is the exotic liquid. Okay. So each are less than price for 20, and now I'm show for is the table. Okay. So this is the table, and less than 20 for in this table. Okay. So here in this tutorial I'm create for is the true and list the supplier product. Okay. And next step I am create for and following the SQL statement returns true and list the supplier with a product price equal to 22 is the another example. Okay. So in this code for same as, and just I am change for in this value is create for the is for equal. Okay. Is use then equal operator, and then price for is the 20. Okay. So again select this code. Okay. So this will select this code and just click for then execute. Okay. So here in this for is same as the result is printed. So the result is true. Okay. So it's the supplier name is the exotic liquid are printed. Okay. So here in this tutorial I am create for use two example, and create perfectly is exist operators. Okay. So here in this tutorial, and there you have the complete for MySQL exist course, a key to mastering the art of existence in the world of subqueries. Okay. So thank you for joining me on this SQL MySQL adventure. Okay. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. Today we are delving into the fascinating realm of MySQL with a focus on the any and all operators. So join me on this journey as we unravel the versatility of these operators and discover how they can really elevate your SQL game. Okay, so let's get started. So now I am discussing is the MySQL any and all operators. So the any and all operators allow you to perform a comparison between a single column value and a range of other values. Okay. So first of all, I am discuss the any operators. So it's the point that returns a boolean value as a result, and second, it returns true if any of the subqueries values meet the condition. And any means that the condition will be true if the operation is true for any of the values in the range. Okay. So next time create for is the all operators. So the all operators is the 3 point. So first point is the return a boolean values as a result, and second point is return true if all the subqueries values meet the condition, and third is used with the select where and having statement. Okay. So now it's all means that the conditions will be true only if the operation is true for all values in the range. So now let's create it. So first of all, I am create is the SQL use any example. So let's create. Suppose I'm create for is the list, the product name. If it defines any record in the order details table and then quantity equal to 10, this will return true because the quantity column has some values of 10. Okay, so let's create it. So first of all, I am create is the select. Okay, select. Then create for is the column name is for product name. Okay, it's the column, and two table is the same column is print yes or no. Okay, so let's try it. Okay, so next time create for is the from. For the table name is products. Okay, it's the product table, and next time use for the where statement. Okay, it's where. Then column name is product ID. It's product ID and is equal for the statement for any. Okay, and next time create for in this parentheses. So let's create is the select, and then create for is the column name for is product ID. Okay, so next time create is the from statement, then table name for is the its order details table. Okay, order details, and last line I am used for the where statement, then is the quantity. Okay, its quantity is equal for 10. Okay, so last one is closing braces and then semicolon. So here I am used for two table. It's the product table and then use the order details tables. Okay. So in this two table is the same as in this the product name and product ID. Okay. So let's get started. So let's see this result, and now select this code and just click for the execute. Okay. So in two table for is the same column the product name. Okay. So this is the output for in this coding. Okay, so it's completed, and next step I'm create for is the second point is use SQL statement the product name is find any records in the order details table has quantity larger than 90, and this will return true because the quantity columns has some values larger than 90. Okay, so let's create it. So in this code and use. Okay, so then create same as for is the product name, then table is the product, and use for the any statement, and then its quantity change. So its grade for is the greater than it's 90. Okay, so now again select this code and just execute. So So this is the result is printed for in these two tables, the same column is the product name. Okay. So this is output. Okay. So next step I am create for is another example from any statement, and in this statement for the any records in the order details, this table has is quantity is too larger than 1000. Okay, so it's great for the false because the quantity columns has no. So let's try it. So suppose I am in this code use and change for the value for 1000. Okay, so now again select this code and just click the execute. Okay, so it's are created but no show in these values. Okay, so now I'm again check in this product for in this not is 1000 and its order details is not the quantity. Okay, it's for the highest is quantity is 40. Okay, so in this any statement are completed, and now I'm create for is the SQL all statement. Okay, so in this following SQL statement list for all the products here. Okay, so let's create it. So in this code now I am remove. Okay, so now I'm create for is the select, and then create for is all statement, then create for is the product name. Okay, its product name, and then the table from is for the product. Okay, it's a product table, and then last one create for is the where statement. Okay, it's where, then it's true, isn't it true? Okay, so then last one the semicolon. Okay, so now again select this code and just click for the execute. Okay, so this code is the true. Okay, so and print for the product name either Chase, Chang, and Serap's, Anthony, and Chef Andel's Cambo mix. Okay, so this is the result. Okay, so now I'm following for the SQL statement and create the product name if all the records in the order details table has quantity is equal to 10. Okay, so let's create it. So first of all, I am create for is the product name and then for is the product, and now I am use for the where statement, and then is change for the create is product ID. Okay, it's product ID, then use for the all statement. Okay, and next line I am create for is the parenthesis, and then create is the select, and then create for is the product ID. Okay, its product ID, then the table name is for the order details. Okay, is order is same as, okay, order details. Okay, so next line I am create for is the where, is where statement is create for the quantity, is quantity, then is equal for the 10. Okay, so last one closing braces and semicolon. Okay, so here in this code are completed, and now in this result this will of the course written false because the quantity column has many different values. Okay, so then is same as, so is check it in this is product ID and order details and quantity is 10. Okay, now select this code and just click for the execute. Okay, so this is not show is or not only the value of 10. Okay, so it's only print for is the it's two table for same column is the product name. Okay, so this is the output. Okay, so here as we conclude, you are unlock the power of any and all in MySQL. So thank you for joining me on this MySQL adventure. and may your queries be precise, your comparison be versatile. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are delving into a powerful tool in the MySQL arsenal, the insert into select statement. So join me on this journey as we unlock the potential of this statement and discover how it can streamline your data manipulation task. Okay, so now I am understanding the insert into select statement in MySQL is a game changer when it comes to manipulating and transforming data within your database. Okay. So now in this tutorial, we will explore the syntax and understand its capabilities and see how it simplifies complex data operations. Okay. So now the MySQL insert into select statement copies data from one table and insert into another table. Okay. So the insert into select statement requires that the data is typed in the source and target tables match. Okay. So the existing records in the target table are affected. So now direct I'm create for is the main program for in this insert into select statement, and now I am use the toolkit for the SQL server. Okay. So first of all, I am create for is the insert into. Okay. So insert into, and next time create for is the table 1. Okay. DBO dot its database. The table name is for customer A. Okay. And now I am create for the column. Okay. So first time create is the customer underscore name. Okay. And next column is create for is the customer amount. Okay. So it's line, it's first table complete, and next table I am create for is the again then select and then create for the column name. Okay. Is cast for customer underscore name. Okay. And next create for is the another column. Okay. Customer underscore amount. Okay. And then the table name is for customer B. Okay. Is customer underscore it's B. Okay. So last one then semicolon. So now in this table for its not underscore is the only B. Okay. So here in two table, but I'm it's sure it's the follow, and then it's two table for is the same column name, but in this not run. Okay. So I am check for in this two table for is the same table, it's same column. Okay. So it's the carefully checking. So now I am select this code and just click the execute and show the result. Okay. So then create for the execute. Okay. So it's the two rows were affected, but it means is in this row are update. Okay. So just I am check it for another way. So first of all, I am create for in this db.customer A, and then click for the select the top rows. Okay. So this is the result. Okay. So in this two column, it's two table, and create for is the on tables created. Okay. So is the name for the customer name and customer amount, and in this the two column, it's the two row for the it's the table is customer B table. Okay. So it's the Gopal and Mohan. Okay. So it's this is the output. So next step, I am create for the another example, for the SQL statement, create the fill all columns. Okay. So now I am create. So in this table I am use. Okay. So then, okay, it's not remove. So first of all, I am create for the use, then in this table for devo.customer, and then another table for is database.mycte. Okay. So let's create it. So first of all, I am create for the table name. Okay. So insert for dbo dot the table name for is customer. Okay. Is customer, and now I am create for is the column name. Okay. So the first column I am create for is the first name. Okay. So it's the first name. Then I am create for is the second column is the last underscore name. Okay. And then third column I am create for is the its address ID. Okay. Address ID, and then create for is the amount. Okay, it's the amount, and then last one create for is the mode. Okay. So it's table completed, and next table I am create. First of all, create is the column name. Okay. So it's the another table. So first create the first name. Okay. It's first name, and then create for is the last name. Okay. Is last underscore name, then again create for is the address ID. Okay. Address underscore ID. Okay. It's I'm use for not address ID use because it's table, it's not allow. Then I am create it's the okay. So in this, and this remove now. Okay. So now I am again create for is the address ID. Okay. Address underscore ID, and next one I am create for is the mode. Okay. It's the amount. It's amount. It's amount, and then create for is the mode. Okay. So now I'm create for is the from the table name. Okay. So it's create from the table name is for the dbo dot is the table name for my underscore is cte. Okay. So now complete this code, and here is print for is the two table is the total column. Okay. So now again select this code and just click for the execute. Okay. So it's for then it's start for as the terminated. So now I am again okay. So again print in this, then select. Okay. And create the execute button. Okay. Okay, now select in this execute, and this select and then execute for in this result, and in this result for is the 7 rows are affected. Okay. So now I am check for in this table. So next in there, it's then select and then right click and then select for the top 1000 its row. So this is the result for in this two column. It's for the first column is print and in this for the second column. Okay. So now I am create for in this the next example. Okay. So the next example I am create and use the following SQL copies only the in this the payment or in this for my city table and then common columns. Okay. In this for remove. So first time create is the insert then into and first time create is the column name is the payment. Okay. It's payment table and then create for the payment table column name. Okay. So first of all I am create is the payment table column name just is payment date. Okay. It's payment date and another table for is the amount. Okay. It's for the amount and next table I am create for it's the select then column name for the my CTA table. So first create the its payment date. Okay. It's payment date. Okay. It's payment underscore date. It's the date and next create for the amount. It's amount and now I'm create for is the from. Okay. So create is from. The table name is for dbo.database dot is my underscore is CTE. Okay. And then semicolon. And next time create for is the where. Okay. Where then is equal for it's not equal in the create for is the mode. Okay. It's mode then create for is the its amount then single quotation create for is cash. Okay. So it's payment table and then create for the semicolon. Okay. So it's for then use I am where and then is country is equal then use for the cash and semicolon. Okay. Okay, so now select this code and just click the execute and the result is the it's for the completed. Okay. So this is the 7 rows for affected and now I'm click for is the my CTE. Okay. And then select and the right side and this is the result is the query is executed successfully. So the result is printed. Okay. So this print for is the payment date and is amount and then mode is the two table is combined. Okay. So here in this tutorial I am created for the insert into select statement and as we conclude you are mastered the art of data manipulation with the insert into select statement. Okay. The MySQL magic awaits you in the world of the structured query language. Okay. So thank you for joining us in this tutorial and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are delving into the world of null functions in MySQL. So null values can be tricky by it, but fear not, you join me as we uncover the powers of null functions and learn how they can enhance the way you handle data in your MySQL queries. Okay, so first of all, I am introduction to null functions. So handling the null values require fineness and MySQL provide us with a set of powerful tools known as the null functions. So in this video and explore this function is understand their purpose and see they can bring clarity the unknown in your database. Okay. So first of all I am create is the null functions, okay, in the null values. So suppose I am create for is the unit on order columns in optional and may it's the contain null values, okay. So let's look and following for the SQL statement and create for is the select statement. So first of all I am create is the select, okay. It's select, then create for is the product name, okay. It's product name, okay, and then again for is the unit price, okay. Its unit is price, then and create for is the star, and then create for is the it's a parenthesis, for is another column is unit, is unit in stock, okay. Unit stock, and then its addition for is the units on order, okay. Unit on order, okay. Is units. So its plan is completed and the table for is the it's from the table is products, okay. So last one then semicolon, and now in this example, if only any of the units on order values for null in the result is created, okay. So now select this code and just click for the execute, okay. So now this is the result for in this example for its grade for is the total column is a its product ID, product name, unit price, and its grade for the units in stock plus in the units in order, okay. So it's created, and now I'm create for is the MySQL used for the is null functions, okay. So the MySQL is null functions let you return an alternative values of an expression is null, and then and then create for is the full total tables for its total its table for the total column and row are created, okay. So now I am create for in this remove and just create for is the new code, okay. So it's for the same as then it's in text for I am is edit and it's update for in this code, okay. So first of all create is the product name, and then create is the unit price, and then it's star for the units in stock, and add for is the another value for create the is null value, okay. If is null and then parenthesis and create for the another parenthesis, and it's the units on order for is the zero index, okay. So in this table for the product name, okay. So these tables are completed, and now I am select this code and just click for in this execution, and This is for the result. Okay. So now click for in this execution, and this is the result for in this data. So its print for the on table is the table name is product, and its total column is 5 and row is the 3. Okay, this is the values for in this table. Okay, so I am just again for in this select, just execute this result is for add is the units on order in the another value is 20. Okay, it is double 20 is printed. Okay, so its last line is create for the null value. Okay, so as we conclude our journey into the null functions, is remember that mastering the art of null handling is essential for robust and meaningful queries. Okay, so thank you for joining me on this exploration of MySQL null functions. Okay, so in this coding for is the trusted comparisons in the vast landscape. Okay, so until for next time, and thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's the most important tutorial. So we are on a journey to master the MySQL operators. Join me as we explore the diverse set of operators that MySQL offers. So understand their applications and learn they can enhance the power and flexibility of your SQL queries. So now I am introduction the operators. So the operators are the architect of the SQL logic and enabling us to perform operations on data with precision. In MySQL, we have a variety of operators is with its unique purpose. So let's explore the key categories. Okay. So the operators is three types: arithmetic, comparison, and logical operators. So first of all, I'm discuss the arithmetic operators. Okay. So the arithmetic operators are your tools in the mathematical mastery in SQL. Okay. So suppose I am simple addition, first addition operator created. Okay. So first of all, I am create is the select, then create for is the 30, is addition is 20. Okay, and then semicolon. Okay, so now select this code and just click the execute. So this is the result is 50. And again, and is for update this as statement operators for the is subtraction, and then again select, and this the 10. And I'm used for the another operators for is the addition, and instead division is great, then again select. Okay, so the result is 1.500, and last one I create is the module. Okay, so then create for in this percentage and then select, and this show the result. Okay, so it's module for the 10. Okay, so it's our arithmetic operation is perfectly working, and next step and create is the comparison operators. Okay, so if the comparison operator is allow us to the compare values and make decision in our SQL queries, and precision is key when using these operators, and let's explore the comparison operators and their applications. Okay, so first of all I am create is these comparison operators for is equal to. Okay, so let's create. So first time use the equal to is for select. Okay, select from the table name. Okay, it's so select and then table name from is the products. Okay, its first create is the select, and then it's create for the star, and then the table name for is the is product, and next line I am create for is the where. Okay, where is the price. Okay, the price is equal is 18. Okay, so then semicolon, and now I am select this code and just click the execute. Okay, so is the result is printed for is the one is chase is supply for ID1 category ID1, and in this 10 boxes and 20 bags. Okay, it's their equal. And next step I am create for is a greater than. Okay, so just create it's greater than, and then again select, then show the result. Okay, so x for greater than is the three values is 19, 22 and 21.35. Okay, it's a working. And next step I am create for is the less than. Okay, so now again select and then execute. So the result is 1. 1 price is the 10 price is printed. It's the less than for 18. Okay. So now I will create for is a greater than or equal to. Okay. So it's greater than and equal to. Then the result is select and execute. So it's the total result are printed. Okay. So I am another operator use. So it's greater than equal. So the result is 10 digit. Okay. So the result is 2 price is printed for 18 and 10. Okay. And last one I am create is the not equal. Okay. So it's the greater than and less than, and just click to select and then execute. Show the result is printed. Okay, so this is the output for in this not equal to. Okay, so last step I am creating the logical operators. So the logical operators are the brilliance behind making complex decision in SQL. Okay, in SQL, so they enable us to combine conditions with fineness, and let's unravel the logical operators and see how they artists our queries. Okay, so let's create it. So now I am create for is this. First of all, create is the all operators. So it's true if all the subquery values meet the conditions. Okay, so let's create it. So first of all, I am create for in this product, and then create for is okay. First in create is the all operators in use for the SQL statement. So create is the select and star. Then from the table name is the product, and then create for is the where is price. Okay, its price is greater than for all statement, and then create for is the select and then price. Okay, and then create for is the product. Okay, is the table name, and is again create for is the where, then create for is the price name is greater than 500. Okay, and last one then semicolon. So now again select this code and just click the execute. So this is the output for in this the greater than is 50 for in this total. Okay, so next step I create for is the AND operator. So the true if all the conditions separated by AND is true. Okay, so let's create it. So first of all, I am create for in this code this table. Another table for the table is the customer, and then create is the where in this for remove. So where the city. Okay, a city is equal for, then double quotation is the double quotation create. Okay, so I am use for it's London. Okay, it's London, and another is an operator the country is the country, for is equal the double quotation, create for is the UK. Okay, so just I am show this output and check. Okay, so select and execute. So this is null, but why? I am this change for in this city. Okay, so now I use for the another country name is suppose for the Mexico. Okay, it's Mexico, and then select this code and just execute. Okay, so this is the output are printed is the city for London, and then its country for is the Mexico. It's the result is true. Okay, so next step I am create for is the or operators. Okay, so let's create it. So in this code for is the same as, and just I am change it for is the operator or. Okay, so now select this code and just click for the execute. Okay, it's the or for is double is the city is changed for in the city, and this is the country is the Mexico. Okay, it's printed, and the customer name is the Jenny and the top. Okay, it's printed. And last one I'm create for is the select in the create for is the not operator. So display a record if the condition is not true. Okay, so just create it. So first of all, I am create the select the same table is the customer, and where is city, and in this for remove. So now I'm create for is the not like. Okay, it's indicate for is the not null. It's not operator create with the single quotation, and then create for is the s and then percentage. Okay, so now complete this code and then select and execute. So this is the result for in this not operator is true. Okay, so it's a printed. This is the output for in this code. Okay, so I am in this tutorial completely creating for in the operators. Okay, so as we work on our exploration of MySQL operators, remember that operators are your superpower in SQL. And thank you for joining me on this journey into the world of MySQL operators. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are diving into a MySQL powerhouse, the case statement in MySQL. So join me as we unravel the my stories of conditional logic and learn how the case statement can really elevate your query game. Okay, so let's get started. So first of all, I am understanding the MySQL case statement. Okay. So the case statement goes through the conditions and returns a value when the first condition is met for is like and if then else statement, and C is once a condition is true, it will stop reading and return the result, and if no conditions the true, it's return the values in the else case. Okay, so if there is no else part and no condition are true, it's returns null. Okay, so now I am create for in this example for case. So now I'm following for SQL statement and throw the conditions and return a values when the first condition is met. Okay, so now create. So first of all, I am create is the select in then column name for is the order ID. Okay, so next time create is the quantity. It's quantity, and next line I am create for is the case statement. Okay, is first time create is the when. Okay, it's when it's the quantity. Okay, its quantity is greater than 30, is create for then and single quotation create for the quantity is quantity is greater is greater than 30. Okay, so then closing for single quotations, and next line I am again create for is the when is the quantity is equal for is 30, it's then it's create for again single quotation and the quantity is the 30. Okay, so it's created, and now I'm create for is the else statement, and then single quotation create for is the quantity is under 30. Okay, so it's created, and now I'm create for is the end is in as statement is the quantity text. Okay, quantity is text, and now I'm create from the table name is order details. Okay, so last one then semicolon. So now complete this code and just select and then click for execute and show the result. Okay, so this is the result for in this coding for output is the order ID, then quantity and the quantity text. Okay, so this is printed. So next step I am create for and the following SQL statement will order the customer by city. However, if city is null, then order by country. Okay, so let's create it. So eggs are completed created. So now I am create and then in this code for remove and then click for is the select for the customer name. Okay, it's customer name, and then it's another column for city, and last one it's column for country. Okay, and next line I'm create for the from statement for the customers table. Okay, so now I'm create for is the order by statement and then parenthesis for case, then create for is when city is null. Okay, is null, then country. Okay, it's country, and now I'm create for is the else, then city. Okay, so last line I'm it's closing for the in and braces then semicolon. So it's coded completed, and however if the city is null and order the country. Okay, so now select this code and just click for the execute. Okay, so this is the result I printed for is the customer name Bob, Smith, Johnny and Cardinal, and the city is phone is Fort, Scattle and the Stavanger, and the country for India, Italy, USA and Norway. Okay, it's the printed. So this is the output, and in this tutorial as work up, you are mastered the art of the conditional logic with the case statement. If the journey is MySQL condition for landscape has been it enlightens. Okay, the masters of MySQL awards you in the world of structured query language. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are diving deep into an often is overlooked yet incredibly powerful feature of MySQL comments. So join me as we explore the world of MySQL comments, unraveling their significance and learning how they can be your secret weapon for crafting its clear, concise and understandable SQL code. Okay, so let's get started. So now I am create for is the MySQL commands. So it's like the silent narratives in your MySQL script and providing insight into your thought process. Okay. So let's understand why comments matter. So now it's the MySQL comments are used to explain sections of SQL statement or to prevent execution of SQL statement. So now I'm create for is a single line comments. It's two types. It's single line and multiple line comments. So first of all I'm create is the single line comments. So the single line comments is start with that is dash and any text between dash and the end of the line will be ignored and the following example use a single line comment as an explanation. Okay, so let's create it. So first time create is the double dash. Okay, and then create for is the select for all. Okay, and then clone and now I'm create for is the select then star is from the table name is the is customer and then semicolon. Okay, so now select this code and just click. So the result is printed. So it's the work for in this comment. It's not effect for in this code. Okay, so this is the output for in this customer table. Is the single line comment. And next time also another example used for a single line comments to ignore the end of a line. Okay, so let's create it. So now I am create for is the its code for in this comment remove. Okay, so it's new comments for a semicolon. It's not semicolon in this dash and create for is the fire. It's fire. Then is city is equal for is single quotation for the city is France. Okay, it's France and last one then semicolon. Okay, so now this code select and just execute. So these is are printed. It's perfectly working for in this comment. Okay, so I'm use for the another comments for in this single line. So just create. So first of all I am create is double dash and create for is the select. Okay, and then create for is star is from the table name is for customers is customers and then in table and last one for semicolon and in this for semicolon. It's the two table but print for in this so it's for customer and in this for change this customers table. Okay, so now I can select this code and just click OK. This is for the output for in this for the customers table is total column and total row are printed. Okay, so you are understanding in these single line comments. Okay, so next step I'm create for is the multi-line comments. Okay, so the multi-line comments start with is for slash star and end with the star is for slash and any text between in this comment will be ignored and the following example use a multi-line comment as an explanations. Okay, so let's create it. So first of all, I am create for is the forward slash and then star, and create for is the is select for all the columns. Its columns, and then create for is the of all the records, its records, and its next line create is the in the customer is customers table. Okay, so I am used for the in this for it's not table use. Another table use for the is the table for the employee. Okay, it's the employee table, and then create for is the clone, and it's again star and then forward slash. And now I am create for is the select for star. It's from the table name is the employee. Okay, so in this employee table, and last one then semicolon. So now in this code for select and just the magic. Okay, so the result in this output are printed. For in this the total column is 4 and total row is 4. Okay, so this is the output. Okay, so you are perfectly understanding the single line comment and the multiple line comment. Okay, so here in this tutorial, as we work on our journey into the worlds of MySQL comments, remember that comments are not just annotations. Okay, so they are the storytellers of your code. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are delving into the fundamental step of creating a MySQL database. So either you are a beginner or looking to refresh your skill, this tutorial is your gateway to mastering the art of database creation. Okay, so you are watching and in this tutorial. Okay, so first of all, I am overview for in this the MySQL database is a structured collections of data, and before we start building, let's understand the basic syntax for creating a database. Okay, so just create database. Okay, it's database for the my data base and then semicolon. So in this example, we use the create database statement to the set the foundation for our database. The naming is my database. Okay, so now select and then execute. Okay, so is for change this. Okay, okay, now select this table and just execute. Okay, so its command are completely successfully. Okay, so these command are completely success. And next I am understanding for the syntax is the create database is followed by the name you want to give your database, and let's create a database for a meaning library. Okay, so now I'm create for is the is another is understanding syntax for, then my database is changed and it's create for the library. Okay, is library underscore the db. Okay, so here we name our database for library db. Okay, so then again select and then execute. So these commands are also completed successfully. Okay, is created for the another database. Okay, so now I am create for is the verification for the database. It's to verify we can list all database using. Okay, so just create for show database. Okay, show database. Okay, it's then create for show and then databases. Okay, so last one then semicolon. So here in this statement that this query lists all database. Let's check if our library is on the list. Okay, and in this database for the explain the query, so the show database query is provide a snapshot of all database on the server is confirming the successfully creation of our library DB. Okay, so it's before is create the create database for the library DB is command are successfully completed, but I am next is create the library is table and then create for the show database. Okay, so here it's run this query and see then create. Okay, now I am refresh for in this database. Okay, and just check for in this database in the plus icon and then database are created or yes or not. Okay, so it's the first database for the my database are created. Okay, and then is the second database is the library underscore db are created. Okay, so I am not is created for the table and it's not show for the column. Okay, it's the next tutorial I am create for in this library underscore db and then my database is create the table. Okay, so this is the database are finally created. Okay, you are just learned and created how to create a MySQL database, and this is the first step on your journey to managing and organizing is data efficiently. Okay, so I hope you found this tutorial helpful, and if you have any question or want more MySQL insight. Okay, so thank you for joining me today, and until next time, thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello programmer, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are delving into a crucial aspect of database management and dropping a MySQL database. So either you are cleaning up, recognizing or simply need to bid farewell to a database, this tutorial is your guide. Okay, so let's get started. So first of all, I am overview for the previous tutorial, and its tutorial I am great for the dropping a database into the process of permanently deleting it into the server. So let's start with the basic syntax. Okay, so first time example one is create for drop. Okay, is drop the database. The database is my database. Okay, it's my database. Okay, and then semicolon. And here in this example we use the drop database statement to bid farewell to our database named my database. Okay, so then select and then execute. Okay, so it's for is because it's currently uses, it cannot drop, is uses, so it's for then change. So I am again and then execute. So is these commands are completely successfully. Okay, so its example are created, and next I am understanding the syntax for the straightforward drop database is followed by the name of the database you want to drop. Let's say you want to part ways with our library database. Okay, so now I'm create for is the drop database. The database is the library underscore db and semicolon. And here we use the drop database statement to say is goodbye to our library underscore database. Okay, so now again select and then execute. Okay, so these commands are completely successfully. Okay, here now I am executing for the query we can use for MySQL client, like is the PHP myadmin or the MySQL command line. Okay, let's head to our, so in this drop database and library and use, and let's head to our MySQL client and drop your database. So just execute and then it's our, because it cannot drop is the library has been does not exist on your permission. Okay, so is I am already deleted in this database. Okay, next I am create is the verification for in this database. So to verify, let's try listening all database using. Okay, here in this show database is explained for the MySQL database is created is the in this query is provide a snapshot of all database confirming that our library has been successfully dropped. Okay, so if R is now I am in this database for select. Okay, and then execute for in this refresh. So this is the result for in this I am previously created the database for the my database and another database the library db. Okay, so this is not show for in this successfully drop the database for, it's not show for the, it's a my database but not is my database. Okay, so and then second database for the library db is perfectly successfully dropped. Okay, so here in this show database it lets the run is query witness the absence of our data drop database. Okay, so here and there you have it, a quick guide to dropping a MySQL database and handy skill for keeping your database environment organization. Okay, so I hope you found this tutorial for helpful and the MySQL. So thank you for joining me today. Until next time, thank you for watching and happy coding. Our viewer table in MySQL is where the magic happens. So is where your data lives. Let's begin with the basic syntax. Okay, let's them create for is the basic syntax. So first time create, it's create table. Okay, for my table. Okay, it's my table and then parenthesis. So now I'm create for is the column. Okay, column 1, then data type. Okay, and next time create for is the column 2 and the data type. Okay, and next one create for is the column 3 and the data type. Okay, and then next line is created is dot dot. Okay, it's once more, and last one I am create for is the closing parenthesis. Okay, so this is the example and we use the create table statement to define our table named for my table and with its columns and data type. Okay, so it's the basic syntax for the table. So now I am create for the table. So each column is defined with a name with a data type and creates a table for a library. Okay, so let's create it. So first of all, I am in this change for the table name is books. Okay, it's books, and then it's column. Okay, so this remove. So first column is the ID. Its type for is the integer type, and then it's great for the auto increment. Okay, auto underscore increment. Okay, it's auto increment the primary key. Okay, it's primary key. And next time create for is the title. Okay, its title for is the varchar. Its varchar, the size for is 255. And next time create for is the author. Okay, its author, then varchar, its varchar, the text size is 255. Okay, and next time create for is the published year. Is published underscore year, then it's the integer type. Okay, so and last one is closing, and then is not use. Okay, so here in this for the published year, it's the integer type. So in this use for the varchar. Okay, I'm just use its varchar, then is the 255. So because it's the year and is the unique key. Okay, so then is previous for the is the integer type. Okay, and it's the this problem for is the published underscore year, and here we create a table name for books, we column for ID, and then title, author, and published year. Okay, here the error for removes, and now I am select in this. So here is the books with the columns for in this ID, title, author, and published year. Okay, so now I am select this code and just click for the execute. Okay, so the result is the commands are completely successfully. Okay, so this command are successful, and now I am type for is the verification to verify its list all tables in our database are created. Okay, so in this table for books, so now I am choose for database and just refresh. So is the books are created, yes, or so in this the information table. Okay, so the information and then the table. Okay, so yeah, this is books are created. Okay, so now I am books select, and then right side click for the select top is the 100 rows. Okay, so it's for the request. Okay, so in these books for in this database is created, but I am not create is the column. Okay, so here in this explaining the queries, so the show tables query provides an overview of all tables in the database and confirming the successful creation of our books table. Okay, the books table show after I am create for in this table is the total column and row. Okay, so share its use, then the show tables create and output is the return. Okay, so table are successfully created, and let's the query and see our newly created table. In this action for the database is named the information, and information inside is created for is the db.books its table. Okay, so next tutorial I am create for in this books table inside columns and row. Okay, so here and there you have it, a quick guide to creating a MySQL table, and this foundation for organizing your data effectively. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are exploring an essential aspect of database management system for dropping a MySQL table. So either you are refining your database structure or saying goodbye to outdated data, this tutorial is your guide. Okay, so let's get started. So first of all, I am overview for the dropping a table in this process of permanently deleting in from the database. So let's start by the syntax and the basic syntax. Okay. So first time create is the drop table. Okay. Is drop table. So okay. So the drop table for my table. Okay. So it's created for my table. Okay. So then I am create for is the my table. It's my table is not declared. So I'm create for is the table. First create. Okay. Create. Suppose example is table. The create table is for name. Okay. And then create for in this. Okay. So first of all, I'm create is a table. Then the table in then parenthesis. And first time create is the ID. For integer is primary key. Is primary key. And next time create for is the title. For is the worker. For is the text size is 250. And then I'm create for is the student. Is student. Students. Then worker. For the size is the 255. And then semicolon. So in this code is the student for this table is student for then create for is the integer. Okay, so then is a semicolon. So here in this tabular creative, so just I am select and execute. So it's the command are completely successfully. Okay, so this table are created and now I am refresh. So this the database are created for the table. Okay, so its table name is the name. Okay, so in this table for created, so in this information and this table, so is this table are created for the table name is db.name. Okay, so now I am drop the table. Okay, so first of all in this table I am now drop. So first create is the drop and then drop for the table. Okay, so it's table for table name. Okay, it's the name and then create for the semicolon. And here in this example we use the drop table statement to bid farewell to our table name for the name. Okay, so in this I remove. Okay, so is the drop table. So these are command for completely successful. Okay, so now again refresh this database and check for in the information and then table. So this table name is the table are inside here. So this is not now this here in this name table. Okay, it's a completely dropping. So next step I am create for another table are drop. So this syntax is straightforward. For the drop table is followed by the name of the table you want to drop and let's say we want to part ways with our books table. Okay, so then create for is the books. Okay, It's books. It's books table. So in this books table, now I am dropping. Okay. So then select and execute. So this command are completely successfully. Okay. So here the drop table statement to say is goodbye to our books table. Okay. So now I am check for in this. So just click for the refresh for database, and this information table inside in the information database inside for the table is the book is not here. Okay, so this is here not is a book. Okay, so in this query for I am successfully delayed for in this books table. Okay, here and there you have it, a quick guide to dropping a MySQL table and essential skill for keeping your database streamlined. Okay, so I hope in this video for helpful, and keep coding, keep practicing your own code. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello guys, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are delving into the art of involving your database structure for altering a MySQL table. Okay, so either you are adding columns, modify data types, or fine tuning your schema, this tutorial is your guide. Okay, so let's embark on this journey of table evolution. Okay, so first of all I am discuss is the MySQL alter table statement. Okay, so the alter table statement is used to add, delete or modify columns in an existing table, and the alter table statement is also used to add and drop various constant on an existing table. Okay, so now I am create and to add a column in a table using the following syntax. Okay, so let's create. So first of all I am create is the alter table. Okay, it's alter table, and the table first create is the table name. Okay, so next line I am create is the add function, and then create for is the column name. Okay, so then create is the column name, it's the data type. Okay, and last one create the semicolon. So here it's are created for the syntax is the add column. Okay, so now I'm following for SQL statement, and add for column is email, and the table is the customer table. Okay, so let's edit in this, customize this code. So first of all I am create is the table name, so the table name is the, it's for customers. Okay, is customers, and next line I am create for is the add column. Okay, so the add column, then column name is for, okay, it's email. Okay, and now I'm create for is the data type for is the varchar. Okay, it's varchar, and its type is, then the size is the 255. Okay, so now complete this code, and just I am select this code and just click for the execute. Okay, so it's the result is affected. Okay, so now I am check for in this customers table. Okay, so the email is perfectly adding. Okay, so this is the column. Okay, so its column, its function are working. So next step I am create for is the alter table use the drop column. Okay, so drop column means is to a delete a column in a table using the following syntax for SQL statement. Okay. So now I am add for the email column for the customers table, and now I am delete for in this column and follow for the SQL statement. Okay. So this is okay. So now I am delete for the column. Okay. So it's the customers table, and then it's create for the drop column. Okay. So drop, it's drop, then column. Okay. It's column the email. Okay. And then email and last one for semicolon. So now I am again select this code and just click the execute. So the result is affected, and now I am check for in this customers table. So here this is not show for the email column. Okay, it's perfectly dropped. So now I am create for is the modify column. Okay. So now we went to add a column named for is the data date of birth in the table in the person's table. Okay. So let's create it. So first of all, I am creating this for change it. Okay. So first time create is the alter. Okay. It's alter. Then create for is the table, and then table name is the persons. Okay. It's persons. So next time create for is the add column for is date of birth. Okay. So it's the date. Last create the semicolon. Okay. So here the complete the code, and it's the new column for date of birth is the type of data and is going to hold a data. Okay. So if the data type is specify what type of data the column can hold. Okay. So let's select this code and just click the execute. Okay. So in execute, so here is the duplicate column. So I am maybe it's created. So now I am check it. Okay. So it's are okay. It's are created. So the date of birth is created the column. Okay. So here this is the result for date of birth. Okay. So it's a created. So it's the 0 rows is the returned. Okay. This value is returned for is the database is the persons. Okay. So this is the result. Okay. It's printed. So now its table are created. So again I am change data type. Okay. So now we went to change the data type of the column named of the date of birth in this person's table. Okay. So now use the SQL statement. Okay. So just in this code remove. So now I am again create. Okay. So create is the alter, and then create for is the table. The table name is the persons. Okay. So next line I am create for is the modify. Okay. Is modify column. Okay. The column is the date of birth. Okay. Date of birth, and change for is the year. It's the year type. So now let's the semicolon and take this data. Okay. So now select and then execute. Okay. So the result is the column is person is modified. Okay. So just check it for in this person's table. Okay. So it's are modify this code. So here in this the result is the okay. Next time create for And you notice that the date of birth column is now of type years is going to hold a year in a 2 or 4 digit. Okay, it's the formatted. And now I'm create for is the drop columns for example, and we want to delete the column name for is the date of birth in the person's table. Okay, so let's create it. So first of all, I am create is the alter table persons, and then create is the drop column. Okay, it's for the drop column is the date of birth. Okay, so here this code completed, and now I am select this code and just click for the execute. Okay, so the result is okay, just check it. So is the result is affected and is then drop. So now I am check for in this person's table, and here this is the result for in this output. Okay, so is not show for the date of birth column. Okay, so it's the column are perfectly dropped. Okay, so here in this tutorial, and there you have it, it's completely used for the alter tables, and it's the MySQL. So and in essential skill for adapting your database as needed available. Okay, so I hope you found and helpful in this tutorial. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are exploring a fundamental aspect of database design for constants in MySQL. So either you are ensuring data integrity or defining relationships between tables. So this tutorial is your guide. Okay. So now let's dip into the world of MySQL constant. So first of all, I am create is the constant. So the constant can be specified when the table is created with the create table statement, or after the table is created with the alter table statement. Okay, so let's create it. So first of all, I am create is a create table. Okay, it's create table, and the syntax is the table used for the table name. Okay, it's the syntax for the constant table. So next time create the parenthesis, and first time create is the its column. Okay, so it's column 1, and then create for the data type. Okay, it's data type the constant. Okay, it's constant, and same as I am just use for in this syntax. So then copy and paste for in this line, and it's for also created line, and last one create it's closing then parenthesis. Okay, so each table the syntax for the constant table. Okay, so each table for is understand. Next time create for is the it's the MySQL constant is used to limit data types that can go into a table. So this ensure the accuracy with readability of the data in this table. So if there is any violation between the constant and the data action, the action is absorted. Okay. So it's the MySQL constant are commonly used in SQL. It's the type for is the not null, unique, primary key, foreign key, check, default, and check index. In this column, so first is the not null column is ensured that a column it cannot have a null value. And second point is the unique. So it's ensure the values in a column are different. And then the constant is primary key. It's a combination of a not null and unique key. Okay. So next for is the foreign key. It's providing actions that will destroy links between table. Okay. And next one is the check. So it's ensured that the values in a column satisfy a specific condition. So next is the default value. Okay. It set a default value for a column if no value is specified. And last one is the create index. So it's used to create and retrieve data from the database very quickly. Okay. So let's you understand in this commonly used for the constant for SQL. Okay. So now first of all, I am create is a constant or rules applied to a column or a set of columns in a table and ensuring the accuracy and reliability of your data. So let's start with the basic syntax. Okay. So it's first of all I'm create is the table. Okay. So it's for now remove the parentheses. Okay. So first time create is a table name is my table. Okay. So then create is parentheses. So now I'm create first is the ID is type for integer. Okay. It's the primary key. It's primary key. Okay. So it's line completed and next one I'm create for is the name. Okay. It's name. Then the name is type for the varchar. Okay. Is varchar. Then it's for the 255 and it's the not null. Okay. It's not null. So I am change it. This the capital word. It's the varchar. So it's the not null and then comma. So next line I am create for is the is age. Okay. Is for is the integer type and it's create for is the check. Okay. So in this parenthesis is create for is and is greater than equal for 18. Okay. So now it's closing the parenthesis and then semicolon. And here in this example we use the constant like primary key. It's not null and check to define rules for our table. Okay. So now select this code and just click the execute. Okay. So the create table is affected. Okay. Just I am refresh. Okay. And check it for is the my table. Okay. Yeah. This is the table. So the my table and just click for show the column. Okay. So I'm create for is the ID, name and age. Okay. So its example are working and next time create for is the another table for created the key constant is defined keys that uniquely identify records in a table. So the primary key is constant ensure that the values in a column so or a set of columns are unique. Okay. So let's create it. So now I'm create the table. So first time create is the create. It's create table. Okay. The table name is the students. Okay. It's students and create the parenthesis. Then create for is the student ID. Student underscore ID and it's type for the integer for the primary key. It's primary key and next line I am create for the student name. Student underscore name and it's type for the varchar. Is varchar. Okay, it's the 255 and is the not null value. Okay. It's not null. So next line I am closing for this parenthesis. Okay. So this code are completed, and here in this example we use the primary key is constant to ensure each student has a unique ID. Okay. So now select this code and just click the execute. Okay. So the result is affected. Okay. So now I'm check it for in this student table and just refresh the database, and this is the student table are created. Okay. So now I am show in this column. Okay. So this is the result for in this code. So I am create for is the student ID, and then create for is the student name is the two column in this output. Okay. So here in this tutorial for the constant, I am perfectly create is the syntax for constant and key constant. Okay. So and there have it a quick guide to ensure is using the constant in MySQL, an essential skill for maintaining for data accuracy and integrity. Okay. So thank you for joining me today, and thank you for watching for happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are delving into a fundamental concept in MySQL, the notional constant. These simple yet powerful rules for ensure data integrity by disallowing null values. Okay, so now let's unravel the MySQL notional constant. So first of all, I'm discuss for is the MySQL for notional constant is default a column can hold for null values. So the notional constant enforce a column to not accept for null values. Okay. So this enforces field to allow constant a value, which means that you cannot insert a new record or update a record without adding with this field. Okay. So now I am use and create the notional constant and use to ensure that a column cannot contain null values. So let's start with the basic syntax. Okay. So first of all, I am create a table. Okay. So first of all is it's create table. Okay. And then the table name for is the persons. Okay. So now I'm create for is the parenthesis, and this index inside I am create first is the ID. Okay. So its ID for its integer for is the not null. Okay. So next time create for is the last name is last for name it's last s. Okay, it's the last name, and it's the type for is the varchar. Okay, it's varchar. Then its size is the 255, and next time create is the not null value. Okay, it's not null, and I am next create is the first name. Okay, is first name, then its type for is the varchar, and then its text size is for 255, and it's the not null value. Okay. So last one I am create for is the is for integer type. Okay. So this code are completed, and here in this example we create a table name for persons with the three columns for is the ID, for is the last name and first name. So both columns are marked as not null. It's meaning they must have values. Okay. So now select this code and just click the execute. So it's already created. Okay. So now I am change it in this. So just create for the table is for then student already created. So it's only data. Okay, it's data. So it's data table created. It's not okay. So this is the table. So now I am select this code and then execute. So these the row are affected. Okay. So it's table are created, and now I am refresh this database and check it for in the data. Okay, is the data table are created, and now check it. So this is the output for in this code. Okay, so first name create is the id, then create is the first name, and last name, first name, and is. Okay, it's the result. So next step I am create for is the not null on alter table. Okay, so to create a not null constant on the each column when the data tables is already created, so use the following SQL. Okay, so first of all I am create for is alter. Okay, so it's alter table. The table name is the data table. Okay, so it's the data. So now select this code again. Okay, so and just click the execute. Okay, so this is for the result is already affected. It's the duplicates it. Okay, but I'm is table are created. So now again refresh for the database and check for in this data. Okay, here this is also it's not affect for in this table. Okay, so this table are perfectly working, and in this for the output. Okay, so here in this not null table I am create for is the not null table, and then create is the alter table. Okay, so the not null constant is vital is when the certain columns must always have the values in our data tables for both is create id, first name, last name. Okay, it's are the indisputable. Okay, so and there you have it, a conscious for exploration of the MySQL for not null constant and indispensable tools for the ensuring your data is completed and accurate. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are diving into the world of MySQL and exploring the unique constant, a powerful tool to ensure the uniqueness of values in a column. Okay, so now let's unravel the MySQL unique constant together. So the unique constant ensure that all values in a column are different, and both the unique and primary key is constant provide a generate for uniqueness for a column or set of columns. So a primary key is constant for is the automatically has a unique constant, and however you can have for many unique constant per table, but only on primary key is constant per table. Okay, so now I am create for the unique constant, ensuring that all values in a column are distinct, and let's start with the basic syntax. Okay, so first of all I am create an SQL statement follows a unique constant on the ID columns when the person table is created. Okay, so now I am create for the person table. It's create table for the persons. Okay, it's persons and then parentheses, and now I am create. So first create is the ID. Okay, it's ID for it's the integer type and it's the not null value. Okay, so next line I am create for is the last name. Okay, it's last name, then it's the varchar In this, the text size is the 255 and it's the not null. It's not null value. And next line I am create is the first name. Okay. And then it's the varchar. Then the text size is 255. It's the not null value. Okay. It's not null. And next time create for is the is for is integer, and then create for is the unique key. Okay. It's unique key. Then parenthesis for ID. Okay. So now complete this code. And here in this example, we create a table name for the persons and with a column name for the ID, last name, first name, and is by adding the unique constant, we ensure that is data in this column must be unique. Okay. So now again select this code and just create the execute. So the row is affected and now I am refresh in this database and this is the person's table. Okay. So is the person table is created for is the not null value. Okay. So this is not null. So it's created. The row column is ID for last name, first name and is. ID is the unique key. Okay. So next step I am create for is to a name for unique constant and to define a unique constant on multiple columns use the following SQL syntax. Okay. So this is for the same match. Okay. I am okay. This is this in this table. It's not used. So here in this table and now I am create for is the multiple columns. Okay. So it's for the first time create is the constant. Okay. So it's for constant. It's constant for UC underscore is person and it's the unique key. Okay. So it's the unique key for ID and then create for is the last name. Okay. It's last name. So here in this code are completed and now I am select this code and just click the execute. Okay. So it's the table is persons is already exist. So now it's us. Then again select and execute. So it's the tables change table. So I am just it's the table for its parse. Okay. It just uses in this table. So now select and execute. Okay. So it's a column. Oh no, in this change for in this table. Okay. So it's for the person and the table name I am changed. For the table name is for its values. It's created. So here's I am changed for in this table name. Okay. So just name. Okay. So the table name is the names. Okay. So is the execute and then select. Okay. So this table are affected. Okay. So now I am refresh for in this database and check for in this names table. Okay. So this table are created is the not null. Okay. So is the another table. Okay. Is the unique key for is the ID and last name. Okay. So here in this table are created and now I am create for is the unique constant on alter table. Okay. So to create a unique constant on the ID column when the table is already created, use the following SQL. Okay. So just I am check it. Okay. First time create is the alter for the table is person. Okay. And next line I am create for is the add column for is the unique key. Okay. It's unique key then ID. Okay. Its ID are created and then the semicolon, and just select this code and just click the execute. So it's a unique key is already created. Okay. So this is the duplicate values for in this table. Okay. So I am already create is the ID. In this tutorial, I am last one is create for is the is drop a unique constant for is the alter table. So just create it. So in this for the alter table is persons and then for is the drop index. Okay. So create is the drop for index is UC underscore is the person. Okay. His person and then semicolon. So here I am create for in this error, but I am table is created for in this name tables. Okay. So it's names, and now select this code and just click the execute. So the affected records. Okay. So is result are affected, and now I am check it for in this. So first of all I am up it's refresh in this database and check for in this names table. So in this result is affected. Okay. This is the output for is the ID, last name, first name and age. So here in this tutorial and there you have it, a brief exploration of the MySQL for unique state is a constant, a fantastic tool for maintaining data integrity and preventing for duplicates. Okay. I hope you found this video for enlightening. Okay. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. Today, in this world of MySQL and unraveling the power of the primary key is constant, a crucial element for is maintaining data integrity and uniqueness. So let's explore the MySQL primary key for constant together. Okay. So first of all, I am discuss for is the MySQL primary key is constant. So the primary key is uniquely identify its record in a table, and then primary key is must contain unique values and cannot contain for null values. Okay. So a table can have only one primary key, and in table this primary key can consist of single or multiple columns filled. Okay. So now I am following for the SQL statement and create a primary key on the ID column when the table name is person. Okay. So first of all, I am create. Okay. It's create table for persons and then starting and closing braces in parentheses. And first time create is the ID. It's ID for it's the integer for not null value. So next time create for the last name, then it's the worker is 255 and it's the not null. Okay. So next line I am create for is the first name. Okay. It's the worker type. So and it's for the not null. It's the and now I create for is the age. Okay. Age for integer type and the primary key. Okay. its primary key for ID. Okay. And now complete this code. And here in this code for select. Okay. So now I am select this code and just click the execute. So the rows are affected. Okay, so now I am check it. So again in this refresh for database and for check the person table. So the table are created is the not null value. Okay, so in this for the is primary key for the ID. Okay, it's the one table for one primary key. So now I am create for is allowing of naming a primary keys constant for defining a primary keys constant on multiple columns. So using for the SQL syntax. Okay. In this, I am change for is the table. So suppose I am creating the student table. Okay. It's students and now I am create for is the IDs they are not null. Then last name, first name is and now I am create for is the constant. Okay. Is the constant it's constant for pk for primary key underscore is the table for person. Okay, and the primary key for is the ID and then first name. Okay, first it's name. Okay, so now I am select this code and just click the execute. Okay, so it's row for affected. Okay, so here in this example above there is only one primary key is the pk for underscore person, and however the value of the primary key is made up of two columns in for ID plus the first name. Okay, so now I am again for refresh this code and just check for the person table. Okay, so it's the students table. So this table are created. Okay, so this is the table for is returned. Okay, so now in this primary key are also created on the alter table use. So to create a primary key is constant on the ID column. When the table is already created, use the following SQL. Okay, so I am used for is the person. Okay, is the person table, and now I am create for the alter. Okay, so it's alter the table for persons. It's the small word is persons, and then create for is the add column. It's the add primary key. It's already created, so just check it. It's primary key. Okay, so the primary key is the ID. Okay, so complete this code and here then select and execute. So is the primary key is the multiple primary keys defined. Okay, so multiple primary key I'm also defined for in this key. So I am in this table for already created for two table is the multiple columns for use is the first name and the last name. Okay, so here in this table is person. Okay, so here in this the table for is I'm used for the multiple column for ID and first name. Okay, so next step I'm create for is a drop a primary key constant. Okay, so to drop a primary key constant and using for is the SQL statement. Okay, So now remove this code and just create for is the alter for the table is create for is the students, okay, is students, and then drop, okay, it's drop for the primary, it's primary key for, okay, and then select this code and just click the execute, okay. So the result is for affected, and now I am check it for in this students table, okay. So here the result is printed, so this is the table, and then it's the column for ID, last name, first name, and age is for, okay. So here in this tutorial, and there you have it, an insightfully journey into the MySQL primary key constant and indispensable tools for is maintaining order and uniqueness in your database. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are embarking on a journey into the intricate world of MySQL and delving into the foreign key constant. Okay, so it's crucial component for is establishing relationships between tables. Okay, so now join me as we demystifying the MySQL foreign key constant. Okay. So first of all, it's the discuss is the foreign key constant is used to prevent actions that while destroy links between tables. Okay. So the foreign key is field is on table that refers the primary key is another table. Okay. So now I'm create for the table is foreign key is called for the child table, and the table with the primary key is called the reference or prevent table. Okay. I am create for is the foreign key and the create table on the person ID column when the order table is created. Okay. So its order table is almost is created. Okay. So this table and in this the person table I am use. Okay. So first I am create is the create table. Okay. It's create table. Then the table is the orders and then parenthesis and then close and semicolon, and now I'm create for in this table. So first I'm create is the order ID. Okay, it's order ID, it's integer, then it's the not null. Okay, it's not null. So next line I'm create for is the order, it's order number. Okay, so it's the order number is the integer for is the not null. Okay, so it's comma. So next line I am create for is the person ID. Okay, it's person ID for it's the integer. So now I am create for is the primary key. Okay, it's primary key for the order ID is the primary key. Okay, it's order ID. So next line I am create for is the foreign key. Okay, it's foreign key. The key is the person ID. Okay, it's the person, it's person ID. Okay, so now I am create for is the reference. Okay, it's reference the persons. Okay, it's table name, it's person, then the primary key in this the foreign key for the primary is the person ID. Okay, it's person ID. So now complete this code, and here in this code now I am copy. It's not copy in this code for select. Okay, and select and then the execute. So the result is for the already picked it. Okay, so now I'm create for in this the foreign key is for the multiple columns. Okay, it's multiple columns using the SQL statement. So now in this for the orders table I am create in this line. Okay, so this table I am create for is the orders, and then create the order ID is not null, and the person in the order number, then person ID, and it's the primary key for order ID, and now I'm create for is the constant. Okay, so it's create for the constant cons it's constraint for the foreign key. FK means for the foreign key, the person order. Okay, it's person order, and it's the primary key for the person ID, and next line is the reference for the person's primary it's the person ID. Okay, now select in this code and just click the execute button. So here in this the result are printed. For in this I am create is the foreign key is the person ID. This is the person ID, and then the order number and then order ID. Okay, is the primary key for the order ID, and then the foreign key for the person ID. Okay, so these code are completely creating in this tutorial are create for is the foreign key and primary key is the one table. Okay, so and there you have it. An exploration of the MySQL for the foreign key is constant, a powerful tool for maintaining relationships order in your database. Okay, so here I hope you found this tutorial for is the enlightening. Okay, so thank you for joining me today. Practice is more. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. Today we are diving into the world of MySQL and unraveling the magic of the check constant, a guardian of data integrity. So now join me as we are demystifying the MySQL check constant. Okay. So the check constant is used to limit the value strings that can be placed in a column, and if you define a check constant on a column it will allow only certain values for this column. Okay, so now it's define a check constant on a table. It can limit the values in certain columns based on the values in other columns in the row. Okay, so now I am check for a create table. Okay, so in this tutorial, I am create the toolkit for the MySQL in the SQL Server Management Studio. Okay, so now I'm create is check constant on the age column when the person table is created. Okay, so now a check statement ensure that the age of a person must be 18 in or order. Okay, so let's create it. So first time create is the create table. Okay, it's create table the person and then parenthesis opening closing, and it's the persons. So now I'm create for is the id for integer not null, So next line I am create for is the last name. Okay. So in the information table. Okay. So it's the last name or is the worker. Okay. The 255 and next line I am create for is the first name for the worker is the 255. So it's the not null. Okay, it's not null. And next for the not null. Okay, so next line I am create for is the age for integer type. Then create for is the check statement is check the parenthesis and create for is the age and is greater than equal for 18. Okay, so now complete this code and here I am check it for in this command are created or not created. Okay, so now select this code and just click the execute. Okay, so the commands are successfully created. Okay, so this is are created. And now to allow naming of a check constant for the defining check constant on a multiple columns, use the following for the SQL syntax. Okay, so let's create it. So in this for same as the ID in this table for the persons table and the integer. So now I'm create for the another column. Okay, so it's the city. It's city for the worker is for 255. It's the text size. And now I'm create for the it's first time create the constant. Okay, constraint is constraint for the chk underscore the persons. Okay, so next is the check for is 18 and the city is equal for single quotation for the Sandeeps. Okay, is Sandeeps. Okay, it's nice. So now complete this code. Okay, and this comma. So here I am create for is the multiple column for in this table. So just check it. Okay. So now select and execute. So it's our person in the database. It's the object. Okay. So I am check for in this person. Okay. I'm not create for in this column. It's just only columns but not create the rows. Okay. So then check for is the information and the table is named for the person. Okay. So it's error but I am handle in this code. So just check it for again in this table. Okay. So is age and the city and I am not in this country use. So it's the another country for it's the Canada. Okay. So now in this code for again select and then click for the execute button. Okay. So in this code I am used for the constant is the persons table and check for in this the age is 18 and the city is Canada. Okay. So now in this code for again execute. Okay, so execute then this code and this the result for is the okay in the result is the successfully in this command for successful. Okay. So here in this tutorial, I am just only created for in this persons for column. Okay. And in the statement is successful create or not create. Okay. So next tutorials I am create for in these columns for the row, this table for create the row. Okay. So here in this tutorial I am create for is the constant for persons table only create for the column. Okay. So the column is checked for in this is the person. So first name create is the ID and last name, first name and age. Okay. So this is the result, and here and there you have it an exploration on the MySQL for a check constant, a basinate for defender of data integrity in your database. Okay. So thank you for joining me today, and thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are venturing into the realm of MySQL to unravel the mysteries of the default constant, an unsung hero of default values in the database columns. Okay, so now join me as we demystifying the MySQL default constant. Okay, so the default constant is used to a set for default value for a column, and the default value will be added to all new records if no other values is specified. Okay. So now I'm create for is the SQL statement follow for set a default value for the country in the column when is the new table create is the person. Okay. So first time create is the table. Its table for the I am also create is the persons, and the new table is the person and double n. Okay. So now is the parenthesis, and inside I am create first is the ID. Okay. It's ID, then it's integer for the not null. Okay. Next line I am create for is the last name for is the varchar is the text size is 255 is the not null. Okay. Next line I am create for is the first name. Okay. So first name is the varchar for 255, and it's for the same as for last name is the not null. Okay. Next line I am create for is the age. Okay. So age is for the integer type, and next line I am create for is the city. Okay. Is the city for varchar. Its the size is 255, and now I am use for the default parameters. Okay. Its default for the country name is the UK. Okay. So now complete this code, and here in this code now I am select and just click for the execute. Okay. So but in this example I am create is the table name for the persons, and with the default constant for is the city on the in this column. Okay. So now select this code and just click the execute. So the result is affected, and now I am check it for in this database for refresh. Okay. So now check in this person, and in this the column. Okay. So this city are created is the default parameter. Okay. So it's are created. In this tutorial I am also create for is the default on alter table. Okay. So to create a default constant on the city column when the table is already created, use the now is following SQL. Okay. So this to remove, and now I'm create for is the alter table for is the person is double N, and then create for is the alter for city, and then create for is the set is default. The single quotation create is the UK. Okay, and last one create the semicolon. So now select this code and just click the execute. Okay, so is the city for affected? Okay, so this city, and now I'm check it for in this the person table. So this is city for is the affected. Okay, so next step I am create for and drop a default constant. So to drop a default constant using the SQL statement. So first time create is the alter table for person, and now I'm create for is the alter for is the city and default. Okay, its set is delete, and then drop for default. Okay, it's the drop. Okay, it's drop for the default, and in this for remove. Okay, and now again this select this code and just click the execute. So this is for the alter person is city is drop default. Okay, it's the affected. So here in this tutorial I am perfectly created a table. Then the table is create the alter from the city is set default, and next time create for is the drop a default constant is perfectly run. Okay, so here in this tutorial, and there you have it, an exploration of the MySQL default constant, a silent contributor to default values in your database. Okay, so I hope you found this video enlightening. Thank you for joining me today, and until for the next time, and thank you for watching. Happy coding. Hello programmer, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are diving deep into the MySQL world to uncover the magic of the create index statement, a game changer in optimizing database performance. So join me as we demystifying the MySQL create index statement. Okay, so the index statement is used to create an index and one or more columns in a table. Okay, so now I'm create for in the index table. So first is the it's create for the index. Okay, index for index underscore its name. Okay, so next line I am create for is the on, and then create for is the table name, and the table name for is the column 1, and the column 2. Okay, so it's the basic syntax for the index. Okay, so now in this index, for the example we create, and the index for named is the index name, and on the table is the column for is the column 1, and column 2 is the specified column. Okay, so in this tutorial, for if you want to create and the index on a combination of columns, so you can list the column names within the parentheses separate by its commas. Okay, so it's used for the on table is the multiple columns are created, and you choose for the single column are also created. Okay, so now I am drop the index statement. Okay, so first time create is the create index is code now remove. So first time create is the create for index. Okay, index is the table name. First time create is the IDX for underscore. Okay, and then create is the P name. Okay, then next line I am create for is the on method, and create for is the is for the person in this table, and now I'm create for is the last name. Okay, and then create the first name. Okay, so now complete this code, and here now I'm use for the index for in these two para is the two column for is the last name and first name. Okay, so now select this code and just click for the execute. So in this row are affected, and now I am check for in this person's table. So this is the row for in this table. Okay, so I am choose for only single is index created. So this the execute. Okay. So it's for the last name is are the it's a duplicate. Okay. So I'm use for is another uses in this column. Okay. Another name. Okay. So now in this table are I'm used for the index parameter in this for the suppose create is the age. Okay, so in this code I am created for is the drop index statement. So the drop index statement is used to delete an index in a table. Okay, now I'm used for is the alter. Okay, it's the alter, then the table. Okay, it's the table. For the table name is the is person, and next line I am create for is the drop index. Okay, drop index for the index name is the city. Okay, so it's code completed, and now I am select this code and just the execute. So it's the index. I am not in this grid for the first is the last name. Is last name. Okay. So now select this code and then execute. So in this the table use for the person table use, and then this is the cannot drop because in this person table it's not declared for in this code. Okay, so in the drop index for using. Okay, so now I am used for the another table uses. So the table is used for the in this the person is the person's table use. Okay, so now in this the check, so this select and execute. So in this the result for the row are affected. Okay, so last one in this code are working. Okay, so in this code use I am index for statement. Okay, so here in this tutorial, and there you have it, an exploration of the MySQL create index statement, a strategic move in optimizing your database for better performance. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello programmer, welcome back to today's tutorial. We are delving into the realm of MySQL to unravel the magic of the auto increment attribute, a crucial tool for either generating unique and sequential values. Okay, so now join me as we demystifying the MySQL auto increment attribute. Okay, so the auto increment attribute is used to the automatically generate unique and incremental values for a column and typically used for the primary key. So let's kick into things of the basic syntax. Okay, so first time create is the MySQL auto increment keyword to perform an auto increment feature. Okay, so by default The starting for values for auto increment is 1 and it will increment by 1 for each new record. Okay. So now I am following for the SQL statement and define the person ID column to be an auto increment primary key field in the persons table. Okay. So let's create it. So first time create is the table. Okay. Let's create table. For the table is the person and then opening closing braces and inside I am create first the ID. Okay. It's the ID for integer for not null. Okay. It's not null. Then create is the auto underscore increment. Okay. So it's next time create for the last name. Is last name. It's the worker for 255. Okay. It's the not null. Okay. Next step I am create for is the first name. Okay. It's the first name. It's the same as for the last name. It's worker 255. So it's for not null. It's the null. Okay. So now I'm create for is the age in for integer type and it's the primary key. Okay. It's primary key for the ID. Okay. So here in this code are not error marks. So this code are correct. Okay. So here in this code creating table name for the person and with an auto increment column for ID is the primary key. Okay. So it's person table data. So to let the auto increment sequence start with the another value for using the SQL statement. So it's create for the alter. Okay. So first create the alter. It's alter the table. Okay. The table is the person. Okay. So the alter is the first name. Is first name. Then is the another. It's not. It's the person. Is only person. Then create is the auto increment. Okay. So it's create for the auto underscore increment. Okay. So is equal for the 100. So here this is code for the auto increment for is the sequence starting for the another value. Okay. So here when we insert a new record into the person table and we do not have a specify a value for the person ID column, a unique value will be added for automatically. Okay. So I am just show and there each for is the insert for into. Okay. Insert into the person. It's the table name and for is insert the first name. It's first name. Then it's the another column name for is the last name. Okay. So next time create for is the values. In this I am remove now. I am also is explained in this code. Okay. So now I am create is the insert for person name for first name, last name and then create for is the values. Its values then parentheses. Create for is the single quotation. Okay. So first the name is the last. Okay. And next line I am create single quotation, create is the monsoon. Okay, it's monsoon. So last one I am the semicolon. So here in this code are completed, and the SQL statement above would insert a new record into the person table. The person ID column would be assigned a unique value automatically, and the first name column would be set to Lars, and the last name column would be set to the mansion. Okay, so now select this code and just click the execute, and here the table are created. Okay, so the table is the from is one person is created, is the two row is the return. Okay, so here I am inside for the data is the person table, the first name and last name, and the values for the first name is Lars, and then is the last name is the Monson. But if you follow in this code is the person ID is automatically created, and the last name is created for the Lars, and the first name is the Monson. Okay, is the code are reverse. Okay, so here I am not declare for the age, for in this not clear for the age. Okay, so here in this tutorial I am create for the automatically increment. Okay, increment statement, and there you have it, and our exploration of the MySQL auto increment attribute, a powerful tool for ensuring unique and sequential values in your tables. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello programmer, welcome back to today's tutorial. Today we are embarking on a journey into the world of MySQL to unravel the intricacies of handling dates, a fundamental aspect of database management. Okay, so now join me as we demonstrating the MySQL date functions and the operations. Okay, so the date are the critical part of many database applications, and the MySQL provide a robust set of functions for working with them. Okay, so let's click into things off with a basic syntax. Okay, so the MySQL data types with the following data types for storing a date or time values in the database. So is the create for the date time, time stamp and the year. So the data for date type are set for a column when you create a new table in your database. Okay. So now we want to select the record with and the order date of. So in this the order table I am create for is the order date. In this another date from the table is above, and we use the following for the select statement. Okay, so first time create is the select. Okay, it's the select, and then create star is the from the table name is the orders. Okay, it's orders, and next time create for is the where statement. Okay, is the where, and then the column name for is the order date. Okay, it's the column, and equal for the date is for 2023, and is the month for 11, and the date is for. Okay, so the date is 23 for 07, and so date is the 05, it's the 5, and then 7. Okay, so last one, and then this the coder completed, and now I am select this code and just click the execute. Okay, so this is the result are created for in this for the order date for in this order table. Okay, so this the table for is 7/5 is 2023. Okay, so here I am created for the order date for the tables is orders. Okay, so next table I am create for you. We use the same select statement and change for the order date are created. Okay. So now I'm create for in this same as for select and start from the orders, and where the column is name is the order date and the date is for change for the month. Okay. It's the 8th month, and now it's now in this code for select. Okay, so just select and then click the execute. So this the result is printed for not error for is the return for in this column. Okay, so this column are created. Okay, in the main table is also created for the in the date for created is the 7 8 and 2023, and create for in this the column is right. Okay, so in this column are perfectly insert in this table, and because you the query is looking for only the dates with know the time portion. Okay, to keep your query simple and easy to maintain, and do not use for the time components in your data. Okay, and there you have it in this tutorial and exploration of the MySQL date function only date functions, and if a powerful toolkit for handling dates in your database. Okay, so I hope you found this tutorial helpful and insightful. Okay, so thank you for joining me today, and thank you for watching, and happy coding.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to today's MySQL tutorial series, and today we'll learn how to create, insert data and implement onto many relationship using the MySQL. So you can using the MySQL workbench or using this SQL server. And now, first of all, I'm creating here. So now I'm explaining for the step by step all this concept and the step. And of course, I'm creating here the simple table. And first of all, here let's type the command for here the create table name like a customers. Okay. So now I'm typing here the customers table and using this in the parentheses and this inside is inserted some data. And to the first of all typer here you can see the customer ID. This is integer primary key. Okay, so you can here choose for the auto increment the primary key. Here is the auto generated for the ID. Okay, so now it's correct. And then next step here just I'm creating for the employee name. So the name is a varchar and the size for only just including for the 100. Okay, and the name now you here is at the another new column. This is the email. It's also for the varchar and the size for within the 100. Okay. So now you can see here in this example, just beginning by creating a customer tables with a primary key like this customer ID and two columns for the name and the email field. Okay. So now you can see here is a correctly typed, and now just select then execute. Okay. So here this command is completely successful. Okay. So now I'm trying here is creating this another table just inserted here. So today just type the command for here the create table name is the orders. Okay. So just type for here the orders starting and closing this parenthesis. And we can insert some just inserted data. So today first of all type you can see the order ID. This is integer and it didn't have the primary key. Okay. And then now use for like the order, date, you can see the order date is they can type this date. Then also type for here the customer ID. So just type for here, you can see the customer ID is integer. Okay. So here you can see the next one is to create the order tables. Please include order ID, the date of the order, and the customer ID column that will later be linked to our customers table. So now just again select and then executing this, and here is completely successful in this command. Okay. So I hope you clear understanding. And now inserting some sampling data. So you can see first of all open this another new query. And this inside is type the command for first of all type insert into, and the table first table is called here the customers. Okay. And this insert, first of all, inserted here, you can see the customer ID. So now I'm generating here. So you can see this is the customer ID. And you can type for here the customer name column and the customer email column. Okay. And then here is now generating for is a values. So now inserting some values. So in this inside is first of all type the ID is a 1. Then so you can see here using the 101. Then employee is customer's name for just you can see here using the Alex Johnson. So Johnson. And then so you can see here is must be creating this single quotation inside because of error this. Okay. So now it's correct. And then again using for the customer email. So now here is the first of all type you can see the Alex at the rate for the gmail.com. Okay. So you can see here the correctly used, and now just copy for in this code and now using for another line just inside it here. So just going here and paste, and now you can see apply this starting parenthesis and then closing. So now change for this ID is a 2, and then here is only used for the customer name is a Smith, and here is change this Alex and then type for SMIT Smith at gmail.com. So here you can insert is two sample customer into the customers table. So now just select then execute, and as you can see here is a two new row is correctly affected. Okay. And now just open for here is another table. So now I'm searching for the orders table record. And to the first of all type this command for here this insert into the table name is the orders. And this inside, first of all this parenthesis, and in this inside is including, first of all I'm creating here the order ID. Okay, so here I'm using this into the primary key, but I'm not using this automatic is into the primary key. So now first of all for here the customer is order ID. Okay, so add this order ID, and then also type for here you can see the customer ID. Okay, so now including is correctly. And then here is the next step including some values. So using this, and first of all type this. So you can see here in this inside using the single quotation supposed to apply the date of the 2024, the first month, and also for the 10 date, and the ID is 101. Then you can see just copying this line of code and then paste for is the next two line. Okay, so now you can see is correct, and then tab, and now here is a set in this size. Okay. So now you can see here it's changed for the date. So now using for another date of 15, then also using for the 20. And I'll set for this ID is 102, and another one here ID is 103. So you can see then insert is 3 order, 2 for here in this the Alex Johnson, and on for here is Smith. And notice how they refer to their customer ID to establish a relationship. Okay. So now just select then execute in this data. So now here you can see is page for the mistakes. So you can see is fail converting in this data type. Okay, so now I'm first creating here. You can see it's not perfect. And here you can see I'm creating here the order date and then customer ID. So now here I can check. So this must be including for the order ID. Then here is another column is generating. So you can see this is the order date. So order date. Okay. And then first including the ID, just insert it here 104, then 105, and then again creating for 106. Okay, so now here is the correct, and then also inserting, and you can see just properly just 101, 102, then 103. Okay, so now just again try, so just run and execute. And as you can see here, the new tree is correctly affected. Okay, so I hope it's clear and understanding. And now here is creating here the relationships. So now I'm applying for on to many relationships. So first adding here the foreign key constant. You can see here is type the alter the table is a orders. Okay, so orders. So now just I'm checking here. So the table is the orders. Okay, so perfect. And then here's the next step. Sorry, just going here and you can see just have the add constant. So const T R A I N T, this constant, and then type for FK underscore. It's all the customer. Okay. Then type for here you can see the foreign. So FOR PIGN, this foreign key. In this inside, including first of all the customer ID. Okay, and then type for here the reference. Okay, so reference and call the table another the customers, and in this inside, sorry, including the customer ID. So customer ID. Okay, so here it's a formally set up the on-to-many relationship just to add a foreign key constant linking order.customer ID to customer.customer ID. Okay, so now it's execute for in this data, it just execute, and here you can see is if a customer is not inserted directly here. Okay, so now I'm just using enforced referential integrated using now I'm apply this query related data. Now suppose using the join example. Okay, so you can see here, just open this another new query, and this inside here the first of the command you can see the select, and then here you can see add the customer. So now I am defined for here the customers dot the name field is a name column, and another table like orders dot the order date. So this is the order date column, and then here using the from and also including that table is a customers, and then type for here you can see the join. Okay, so join, then also including the orders table, the orders on statement, and then type for here the customers dot including here the customer ID is equal to including here you can see the orders dot customer ID. Okay, so here you can see here using the join query show how it can fetch customer name along with the order. Demonstrating the on-to-many link is customer can have multiple orders. Okay, So now let's try run this, and here is completely working, and first printed the customer name is Alice Johnson, and the order date for 2024. First is January is the 10th, the date, and here is a Smith, another one, and here the order date is the 15th. Okay. So here is the completely running the student today is perfectly working, and this one to many relationship using the foreign key just finished with it. Join query to see here this related data. Okay. So I hope it's clear understanding the students tutorial. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hi everyone and welcome back to today's another tutorial. So today create, insert and use triggers in MySQL. So today just covering for the different of example and I hope you correct understanding. And today first create here the table and insert data. So you can see in the first this one and here is create the two table. So here you can see the first table name like employees and here is another table name like employee audit. And just will use this to demonstrate how trigger monitor is changed. Okay. So next properly exist for and execute for in this two table. And now just going for the next step and you can see here. Now I am just inserted some sample data generating for this employees table inside. Okay. So here is it properly and now just you can see just copy in this line of code. And today just showing the output. So first type this command for the select star from the table name like employees. Okay. So now here the select, then execute, and as you can see here is on row is correctly affected and here see the output. Okay. So now you can see here the before insert trigger, and this trigger will modify the employee's name before the record is inserted and will apply is applying now to any this name. Okay. So today first of all here is remove this and today just type for here is a delimiter. So you can see just type for is a delimiter and then double this slash and here you can see type for this is a create trigger. So add this create trigger and in this type for first of all how you can see the before insert employee. Then again type for here you can see the before. Now type insert on the employees. Okay. And then type for also just declare here again type the for each must be used for each the row. Okay. And then type for here is begin. Then now here just type for the set like new dot the name column and is equal to. So now just type for here is a concat. So concatenation, then parenthesis, starting and closing, and then using like the single quotations, and then square brackets. So now this inside here, the new row. Okay. So space, then type for again, you can see the new dot the name column. Okay. So now it's correctly defined this. I'm just going the next step and just type the in this program. Okay. So here is almost is complete and then for the slash then type for again the delimiter. Okay. So here you can see in this example is properly using in this trigger and now just execute for this code and properly it's working. Okay. Okay, so now here insert some sample data. So just going here and you can see first of all just seeing for this employee status and now inserted another new record. So first of all here is using the IDs 2 and then employee name for just inserted the Zara and here this employee position just like here the tester. Okay, the tester. and employee salary is at 60,000. So now you can see here the profile inserted, and now just select, then execute, and as you can see here this command is correctly okay. And now just open this new query, and this inside is type the command for select start from here the employees table. So EMPLOEE as these employees. And you can see here, just select, then execute, and as you can see here, is it properly add the new column is properly here. Okay. So here, I hope you understand it is a new one for the Zara. Okay. So you can see here, they are using the before trigger, and now it's working for the after insert trigger. And Judy just create an after insert trigger to log enter into the employee audit table after a new employee is added. Okay. So you can see, first of all, just going here, and this inside is type this after insert. So just type this correctly. This is the after insert employee. Remove this before, including here the correctly after insert on employees table, and for this row. And as today, just here is remove this line of code, and this inside is type for properly. Just type right here insert into, and the table like the employee underscore the audit. Okay, so employee audit, and space. So this insert first including the employee ID. In this type for also use the action type. Okay, and then closing. Then next step here inserted some the values. So using the values, so now student, you can see this inside is correctly typed the new dot the employee. So you can see the AMP ID, and then this inside is typed for just like here insert. Okay. So here you can see in the simple example is done and here properly used. And now just going for here is a save and select this data, and just going here again. And you can see now inserted for the test insert another data. Okay. So you can see here the same employees and change the ID name is 3. And here you can see the user or the employee name is a Charlie, and the Charlie's position is a manager. So MANAGER is a manager, and the manager's salary here including for the $90,000. Okay. So here you can see it's correctly apply, and just select, then execute, and as you can see here, this score is completely successful. Okay. So I hope you clear understanding. And now is also use the another one. So now just use the before update trigger. And now create here is a before update trigger that ensures salary doesn't drop below for the 30,000. Okay. So here you can see just going here and just change this after inserted this employee. Then here is the user another new trigger. So today, first of all, here is type the default underscore. You can see the update. Again underscore the column is a salary. Okay. And then here remove this after, just again inserted here the before, and remove this insert one, and here is type the update one on the employees, and for this row, and now here in this inside is apply this condition. Okay. You can see this insert data is correctly removed, and today first of all here the type the statement, then type for here the new dot in the salary column, and is less than of 30,000. Then type for here is a correctly then, and then type for here the save method, and also have this new dot again defined for the salary column, and is equal to is 30,000. Okay. And then here is type, you can see the again type the in if condition. Okay. So here you can see completely using this condition, and now just select, then execute in this data, and I'm just going again here insert another new row. Okay. So here you can see, first of all, just going here and also going, you can see, just see that again output. So now just execute, and here it's properly added. It's different with output. Okay. So now here is a perfect, and now just update for in this employee. So first of all, just remove, okay. So only remove this, just back again. Okay. So here in this insert is just type the command for update employees. Then type for here the correctly the set command, and the column here the salary is equal to for the 20,000, and also using the word clause, then just type for employee ID is equal to 1. Okay. So now it's correctly used, and you can see here select all and then execute for in this data, and here is the on row is correctly affected. Okay. So now just execute for in this in select and show the order record. So today is type the command for the select star from the employees table. Okay. So now just select, then execute, and as you can see here, it first is the profile update the salary is 20,000. Okay. So I hope you correctly understanding in the student's tutorial is completely using the triggers for MySQL server. So triggers have enforced the rules and the log changes automatically. Okay. So thank you for watching and happy coding.